What did they say? And then we were 7 paladins of Lomade, untold swarms, demons descended upon us, but did we falter? Not a bit. So what? 7 of you stopped an entire army of demons? The tall tale, mate. Think before you speak a tall tale. Oh wait. Yeah, they just... What the priestess? Oh, nothing. What about Hasif here? Oh shit, I just noticed I forgot to turn my thing on. Oh, fuck me. That's it, right? Yeah, that's... Well, we'll just do this. Pretty sure we're on just chatting, yeah. Pathfinder... Here. This shit happens. See a dark-skinned, wiry man with a weather-beaten face and a happy smile on his face. He is dressed luxuriously, and his dark hair and neat mustache are exquisitely coiffured. The man bows to you, speaking, spreading his arms a little. Hasuf from Absalom is happy to welcome you, your grace. Come, take a look at the wares we traveling merchants have to offer. Please come and take a look. Traveling merchants, eh? Is there gonna be a difference? What? Look at that spell. For more than 4,000 years, Absalom has been the city at the center of the world, a metropolis-sized showcase of the greatest treasures in all of Golarion. The city not only holds key strategic position for both commercial and military endeavors in the region, but encompasses the site of the ascension of 4 deities and claims to have been founded by none other than the last Aslanti, the guard Aroden. Tell me about yourself. My pleasure, your grace. The merchant smooths his mustache and commences his story with an air of importance, speaking in some serious voice, gesturing wildly. Hasuf's family was not rich, and he, as many in Absalom, had to start from the very bottom. As a child, while his peers chased pigeons and stole apples at the market, he worked at a tannery. Oh, I can still smell this disgusting stench. Man pulls out a heavily perfumed handkerchief and waves it in the air. Well, the young apprentice worked so hard, saved every coin, and soon managed to purchase that tannery from his former master. Then, as soon as he had enough money, he opened his own trading agency. After 10 years, countless deals and many tours in his caravan, Hasuf was the most successful merchant in Absalom, thus writing his name indelibly in the history of the great city. Hasuf talks about Hasuf's in third person. Great. Merchant looks at you with pleasure. Well, how's that? Well, I'm looking for a writer so I can dictate my memoirs. I think many would find it interesting and useful to learn about me. What is this secret of your success, Hasuf? Also, why are you here if you're so... Yeah, exactly. We're gonna ask that question later. There's no secret. Perseverance, strength of character, attention to detail, the gift of persuasion, charm. All these, among many other things, are key to success in my profession. But if I have a secret, who would I be to share it with anyone, huh? The merchant laughs merrily, his hands rubbing his sides. Alright, why did you leave Absalom, this center of global trade, for some young barony in the stolen lands? This is a long story. I don't think your grace would be interested. Come, tell me. Why left Absalom? I insist. Merchant groans theatrically. Well, as you wish, Your Grace. It was about a woman. When I was still young, I fell in love with the daughter of a judge, an important person in Absalom. For many years, I tried to win her heart, but she was cold as stone. I should have given up. Should have, yeah. This is not my character. In the end, I did manage to win her love, but I was unready for it. Sif swallows and rubs the back of his head. As Abadar is my witness, the flames of hell burn inside that woman. I could not live with her for even 6 months. Tenderness and passion one day, screaming and scandal the next. Sometimes she would break into my office during business meetings to make a jealous scene, and sometimes pull me by my collar from the finest tavern in town. I couldn't sleep, I was nervous all the time, and it started to affect my business. I realized there was nothing else to do but run. Leaving her and remaining in the city would be impossible, even in such a city as Absalom. Samadar again? Oh, of course, law, merchant, and wealth. God of wells and ditches. Walls and ditches, there we go. Urbanization guard. God. Urban. I decided to return, wait. Yawning thing. I need to window a bit. That fucked me over. You know what? Let's see. I'll be back in a second. Open the window at least. Hopefully it won't get too cold. Seems like it's gonna be difficult closing it. Right, Hasuf decided never to return. Wait. Now he's as if he's not talking in third person. And I still fear that wildcat of a woman. I still fear that the wildcat of a woman will follow my trail. Hasuf stops talking and stares into space without blinking. Although sometimes after a couple of jars of wine, I still remember her. Perhaps it was I who unleashed this tornado in her. If somehow I'd behaved differently. Right, let's see what you have. $1,000 quarterstaffs, eh? Oof. Flail +2. No, we're not gonna pay money on this. Ring of Protection too. Oh wow, these are plentiful hunts. Right. Ring grants a wearer +1 bonus on damage roll with bows and luck bonus on nature checks. Oh, so many cool things. All very expensive. How the fuck do I have exactly 1,500? It always bothers me when you get a round number like that. Like, what happened? Did something happen? Look at that cheap acid flask, though. Maximize meta magic rod. Expensive potions and whatnot. Oh shit, do we? What scroll of Fireball? I don't think I've seen Fireball. Maybe she can learn Fireball now. Esther level 5. Would you look at that? I don't think I have it, so I might just buy that for Octavia. Yeah. Hello, Masked Mage. Let's see again. How are you doing today? What else do we have? Haste. Hasted creature get +1 bonus attack on attack rolls. And 1 dodge to AC and reflex saves. Oh, you just get +1? Oh, 1 round per level. So haste doesn't... Let's... Oh, not it. Oh wow, that was a long info thing. Nice mates, is good. How are you? A bit griefy today, I feel. Yeah, like a bit sad. Part of life, I suppose. Alright, the transmuted creature moves and acts more quickly than normal. The speed has several effects. When making an attack, a hasted creature may make 1 extra attack with its main weapon. The attack is made using the creature's full base attack bonus. Oh, wow. Haste is fucking great, isn't it? Hasted creature gets +1 bonus to attack rolls. I mean, just the extra attack thing is fantastic. In a condition that makes you lose your dexterity, lose bonuses. Speed increases to 30 feet, a maximum of twice the subject's normal speed. This increase counts as enhancement bonus. Multiple haste effects does stack. Haste dispels slow. Oh. That's transmutation as well, isn't it? Yeah. I'm quite disappointed that I picked transmutation as the buffing thing for Octavia, because I feel like transmutation doesn't help at all, really. Stone to flesh. Spell restores a petrified creature to its normal state, restoring... Oh, we can probably... Oh, that's expensive. I'm gonna buy it anyways. Ooh. Bag of Holding. This bag of holding opens into a non-dimensional space. Regardless what you put in this bag, its weight doesn't change. It allows the party to carry an additional 200. Ooh, I want that. That's expensive. Since you are feeling that way, why don't we discuss? How can we find meaning and purpose in a seemingly meaningless world? Where do we go? Sartre? Camus? Nietzsche? Actually, to make a shorter answer... Introspection. Yeah. Your question was, how can we find? Yeah. Instead of looking outwards, look inwards. I feel like the question itself is kind of a little bit flawed. Because the world is not meaningless. Well, that's what you said, right? Seemingly meaningless. There's no meaning to be found out there. Well, there's a combination, right? You look at the things out there, but you do the introspection and it's like, how do I feel about this? What do I want to do with this? Crowbar. Buy it. Yeah, and just... That's what you do, pretty much. Look inwards. Dinosaur bone. Nah, it's fine. We've spent enough money here. What did we buy? Oh, let's sort US. Does that make sense? What do you think? What do you think, Masked Mage? We'll have 150. Well, the bag of holding was expensive, man. So expensive. Bunch of citizens. Don't want to talk to those. What about this here? Zargi. Oh shit, I missed. Tiefling girl looks as she is made of springs. She cannot stand still for a moment. She nods her head, snaps her fingers, taps her feet to an inner whirling song. Seeing you, she quickly waves her hand and breaks into a wide smile and immediately starts jabbering. Your Grace, welcome. What do you want? Scrolls? I have them. You won't regret it. Oh, shit. So maybe I should have bought the scrolls here instead. My suppliers bring more scrolls for sale if you manage to attract more mages to your lands. More mages, more demand, and more goodies for you, so go build them libraries and we'll profit both from it. Who are you? Messmate says, I think looking inward can help find a deepening understanding of oneself. Right, yeah. And when you find that deeper understanding of oneself, yourself, right? When one look inward, yeah. That's where you find meaning, right? What is it that drives me? What do I want? And I feel like those are the answers, right? Meaning and purpose. Achieve your goals. Wherever they may be. Yeah, what do I care about? What do I find meaningful? So, that's why seemingly meaningless world, seemingly is the operative word there. Because it has meaning. It has purpose. You find that stuff when you look inwards. Right? The spells, charms, jinxes, and hexes for the best baroness across the river kingdoms. Buy it all, don't be stingy, you won't regret it. Where do your goods come from? The family business. We've got siblings all across Mendev. They pinch they're very creative suppliers. And sell it all. Get it now. Don't hesitate. My goodies are great. I'm not gonna ask them. Speak more slowly. They're hasted as well, right? I'm assuming that's the hasted... how the hasted spell looks. Show me your wares. Conjuration. Transmutation. Beast shape. Become a medium wolf. You gain +2 size bonus to your strength and +2 natural armor bonus. Tavia doesn't have strength though, does she? Your movement speed is increased by 20 feet. You also gain a 1d6 bite attack and tripping ability. Alright, let's... Tripping bite. A wolf can attempt to trip its opponent as a free action if it hits with a bite attack. Hit. Does that mean if you become a druid and turn into a beast, that you need strength? That's gotta be a problem, isn't it? Interesting. I thought the colors would always be showing. Like here we've got green. I thought green was going to be transmutation, but that's not quite how it works. I've misunderstood the color coding a bit. Could get blindness for Octavia as well. Blindness is fucking great. More necromancy, but that's touch, isn't it? No, medium range, so blindness... Blindness is a great fucking spell. I don't have a blindness scroll, do I? No. So let's buy that for Octavia. It wasn't that expensive. Bone Shaker we do have... I don't think we have it for Octavia, though. But no, shit, no. She can't do necromancy. Yeah. Necromancy is not her thing. Great Pit. A dimensional hole with a depth of 20 feet. People fall down. You can trap them in a pit. Displacement. Eagle Splendor. I wonder what that says. Nesmate says, I'm not too sure. I just try to enjoy life to the best of my abilities. But believe a lot of things in life are meaningless, but still perform them for entertainment or dopamine hit, I suppose. Alright, so when you use that word meaningless, how do you reckon? Do you have an example? Meaningless, but you still perform them for entertainment or dopamine hit, I suppose? I mean, I feel like... Isn't entertainment and dopamine hits meaningful then? Like, isn't that... You do it because you want to, right? The I suppose thing, that's for kind of imply some introspection, right? I suppose means like, I don't fucking know. So, do you have some example? But it also looks like, yeah, entertainment. That is meaningful to me. Yeah, I like entertainment. Big fan of entertainment. I've had some issues with addictive behavioral patterns myself. With the dopamine hits. I try to, it goes back and forth, but I try to not be too motivated by it. Or like put the reins on myself, put it like that, yeah. Mathematics is a good example would be Pathfinder. Some would say it's a meaningless game, but you may find joy playing it at the time, right? Yeah. But even at the end of the day, all the gold and potions are just a simulated world. Yeah, I mean, that's what you were saying, right? In a seemingly meaningless world. Like, to quote Monty Python. You come from nothing, you're going back to nothing. But what have you lost? Nothing. What have you gained? Nothing. And that's why people say it's a seemingly meaningless world. At the end of the day, but again, right, that's... Oh man, that's the heavenly reward fallacy, isn't it? That you want a reward after the fact. But it's about the journey, not the destination, right? And you do care. We do care because we do seek out entertainment and dopamine hits. That means that if you do that, that implies that you do care. which implies meaningful activities. The activity in itself holds value to you, which makes it not meaningless, right? That's made sense, but because you find joy at that certain time, does that give it meaning? Yes. Well, it doesn't give it meaning. Again, right? We've talked about... I've been using the word introspection, right? It's about you, it's not about the thing. The thing in itself is just the thing in itself. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the oneself. The meaning comes from within, right? So you do find it meaningful. I don't know if the joy, yeah, I would say that the joy probably gives it meaning. I'm not sure though. It doesn't have to be joy, right? I feel like that's up to each and every one to decide for themselves, right? Joyous activities, do they give you meaning, yes or no? For me, yeah. Well, joy, I don't know. You know what, yeah, joy works out fine. But for me, this, like, meaningfulness that I strive for in this game is probably a little bit the story, right? Reading the text, see what they're talking about, evaluating and considering the alignment system has been a big thing because it pisses me off a little bit, I suppose. Messmate says interesting topic, right? Oh yeah, I've studied quite a bit of existentialism. Yeah, I've studied quite a bit of existentialism. And to me, it's not even just only an interesting topic, it's a meaningful topic, right? Because the topic itself, if you have my type of personality, discussing the topic helps you zero in on what am I supposed to do with my life, with my existence, and existentialism, right? I feel like those old philosophers, right, they had a little bit... Where I've ended up is that it's kind of a mistake looking at the world as meaningless. Yeah, that's where I've ended up. It's like, you've missed the mark a little bit when you call the world meaningless. And to be fair, Masked Mage, I'm not saying you as in you, Masked Mage, here. I'm more talking about Sartre and Nietzsche and those, because, yeah, it's seemingly meaningless, but only from a certain perspective. And I think that perspective is a inherently flawed perspective. Because what I see is a world filled with meaningfulness all over the place. For me and for other people, right? Because when I see other people engage and being passionate about something, I make an assumption that they find that meaningful. Like, otherwise they wouldn't care or do what they are doing, right? Who's this? Eagle Splendor. +4 enhancement bonus. Enhancement was gear, I think, so we don't care about that. Hear Pearson Scream, Enlarge Person. Judicious Retreat. Fireball we already got. What about Flare Burst? Cantrip. Oh, it's a cantrip. Creates a burst of light if you... Oh, dazzle for 1 minute? Nah. Grease. A spell covers a solid surface with a layer of slippery grease. Any creature in the area when the spell is cast and every round after must successful reflex save or fall prone. How does prone work in this game? Alright. Nesmate says when you're gonna give RuneScape a try. Not old school RuneScape, but just RuneScape. I mean, I've given it a try before, and I probably will give it another try in the future, but... and when? Who the fuck knows? Probably not in the next couple of months. Probably not in the next couple of months. But what do I know? The first time for me where I've actually made a plan what I'm gonna play in the future. Usually I don't. Usually it's just like I wake up one morning and it's just like, I feel like playing something else today. What do I want to play? And then I just find something. You could do the same lever quest. Lever, yeah. But, yeah. Shit, I don't even remember. Yeah, that's the thing. The questing did not do much for me. So maybe, someday in the future. But yeah, I've done a plan. I'm gonna play Diablo 3 sometime in May when the last season begins. I think that's the most clear-cut plan I've really had. I have some vague ideas. I've got some games that are installed that I'm like, oh, I might want to play that. But, not much more than that, I suppose. Alright. A prone character may not act except stand up using a move action. A prone defender gains a +4 to armor class against ranged attacks, but -4 AC against melee attacks. Standing up is a move action that provokes an attack of opportunity. Wait, what the fuck? How does actions work? Oh, they have to use a move action. It will provoke an attack of opportunity, but they can still attack after they stand up. And they have to stand up. Which means some characters, they can attack as a move action, right? I feel like that's how action works. It screws them up, and it provokes an attack of opportunity. This means you're top 5 Pathfinder streamer, so there's that. Oh, I don't derive meaning from the numbers, if you will. Good to be at the top. Since I have that those addictive tendencies and liking watching numbers grow and whatnot, I decided when I started streaming that I will not do things because of the numbers. I will not try to grow the stream. The streaming is not about that for me. It's not about watching numbers grow and... It's more about me expressing myself and my ideas, thoughts, feelings. And having conversations and learning stuff about what other people's opinions, thoughts, feelings on things. And just, I guess, talking philosophy as well, because it's not always easy to find people to talk about those things. Talk about those things with. So I never look at the numbers. Well, I can't help myself, right? If there are one person active in chat or 5 people active in chat, I know there's a number there, but try not to get motivated. Instead, I try to have a good conversation. Doesn't matter if it's one person or 5 people. Like, both comes with pros and cons. Often behind chat. Right, sometimes combatants in melee let her guard down or take a reckless action. In this case, combatants near her can take advantage of her lapse in defense and attack for free. These free attacks are called attacks of opportunity. You threaten all areas in which you can make an attack, even when it's not your turn. Reach weapons, alright, provoke an attack of opportunities. Moving out of a threatened area, or performing certain actions. So Grease, well, Grease was against everybody, right? Yeah, everybody has to roll the reflex save. That's my characters as well. However, I can throw it on their backline, right? Yeah. Target point within close range. So I could put the grease on the backline on their archers. So they may fall down. Because the archers might, or the mages might not have good reflex. They fall down, and then my archers get an attack of opportunity when they try to stand up. And if you can place it properly, you can maybe hit their front line and back line without hitting my front line. We can just fucking spam attack of opportunities with the grease, can't we? Very interesting. Messmate says, I've had thousands of viewers at one point during the pandemic, but those times have passed. And the game that was popular is no longer popular. I don't like to look at the numbers either anymore. Ah. I don't think I've ever had that. I've had, like, there's happened a couple of times where some people do the rating thing, right? Where they show up with a bunch of other people. But I don't think I've had thousands ever. Yeah. But it's all about your goals, right? I don't think, like... Some people, right, they try to make this Twitch thing, the streaming thing, a vocation, work, right? Make money off of it. And I think it's fine. I think that's completely fine, a way to do it. And try to be entertaining and make money and stuff, but I wouldn't have the energy myself. What game was that, by the way? Do you still play that same game when you stream? Roll of Grease. Yeah, Grease seems pretty damn great. It's a caster level 1, you can just put it down. How long is it? 1 minute per level as well. You can just start a combat by, well, let's just play some Grease for people to fall over on. Perhaps. It's gonna get free damage from it, pretty much. We already have Hurricane Bow, yeah. If she can even do that. What is that, by the way? Conjuration. Hypnotism. Oh, this seems interesting. What is this? All enemies within a 30-foot burst centered on a page. Alright. Mind-affecting compulsion. This seems exciting. What is that? That's an enchantment. Still up a replay live. It's called Roblox. I've heard of Roblox before, yeah. No, I don't play it. Is Roblox not popular anymore? Really? I thought Roblox was still super popular. No, I don't play it that much anymore unless I need to put a new replay up. Replay. You mean like you stream and then you put it on YouTube or whatever? Massmates is anymore. I just leave it up for the young kids, etc. Even thought about making a new online social media presence. Since this one, they will just ask for Roblox if I play any other game, live or not. Replay. Well, again, it depends on your goals, right? If you have goals to grow, then people showing up asking for Roblox is still people showing up, right? And that's the first step to growth. Getting more people to show up, and then the second goal is to get them to stick around, right? Mathematics is not as popular as it once was. When I was doing big viewers, they had like 2 to 3 million people online at a time. Now it's about 100,000 if they're lucky. Oh man. 100,000? That's a lot of players though, right? Compare that to Pathfinder. How many people are playing Pathfinder? Alright. Your gestures and droning incantation. Fascinate nearby creatures. Stare blankly. Roll d4 to see how many total HD of creatures you can affect. Hypnotism seems fucking OP, right? What is days again? Alright. Oh, Furor. Oh, sorry. I missed Furor for a hit die. I see. Maybe not. Could teach her invisibility. You know what? Yeah. Mage armor? Oh, she already has mage armor, yeah. Magic missile, she already has that. Molten orb. Fist-sized red hot ball of molten metal. Earl splash. Does a bunch of damage. Sure. Let's learn that one. Estimates is from several million. It's a drastic drop though. And it's basically happened overnight. Once the lockdown was lifted. Very nice. Yeah. Pretty significant, yeah. 15 minutes of... I was gonna say 15 minutes of fame, but it's still a huge fucking game, right? You can touch pernicious poison. I'm not gonna do that. You can already do enfeeble. Already do that. Scroll of scare. The invisibility. Caster level 3 for 10 minutes. You know what? It's not very expensive. Holy shit, I'm spending all the money here. No, we're just at 400, so that's fine. What about shield? 1 minute per level. Invisible shield, force that hover in front of you. It negates magic missile attacks directed at you. Oh, just magic missile? Or... Also provides a +4 bonus to AC. Oh, that seems... Oh, wait. Octavia already has it. Shield seems better. Why haven't I used that, I wonder? If I did a new replay, I could get more traction, but I have lost the will to play the game anymore. Yeah. There you go. I just cringe when I have to play it. So not good for my mental health. So I do not play it. Nice. Good on you, Mask Mage. Good on you indeed. Mask Mage says, it is fun that you gave a bunch of it is fun when you have a bunch of groupies, per se, helping you or making the game more enjoyable, but once that's gone, it's not the same gameplay for me. Oh yeah, group thing. Seems neat. Hello, Node Runner. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Oh, wow. Really? Finally, AI art is so good it can start doing text? You say finally? I'm like, what the fuck? Finally? It's been what, a week? 2 weeks? No. Stability AI releases Deep Floyd F, a powerful text to image model that can smartly integrate text into images. Pretty fucking neat. Today, Stability AI, together with its multimodal AI research lab, Deep Floyd, announced the research release of Deep Floyd IF. Powerful text-to-image cascadal pixel diffusion model. It's a state-of-the-art text-to-image model, releases a non-commercial research permissible license that provide an opportunity for research labs to examine and experience with advanced text-to-image generation approaches. In line with other Stability AI models, Stability AI intends to release a Deep Floyd IF model fully open source at a future date. Fan-fucking-tastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. Yeah, look at that. This is not Dolly. Nice. Right there, mistress, and cure his art. Oh, wow, we do actually. What if it is more than text, right? What if it is more than text? Holy shit. It's looking so good, man. What the fuck? Oh, it's looking so good. What else do we have? Robot Ramen. Make Floyd deep again. Nice. Oh, I like this. Oh, man. It's so good. I mean, the text is great, but I mean, the model itself is not shabby either, right? Pretty fucking cool. Is this going to be integrated in the, like the stable horde and all that stuff? Messmate says, anyway, I'm gonna sit in some lukewarm water and relax. Was fun talking. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Mass Mage. Have a nice bath. Yeah, always grateful for the bringing up certain topics to talk about. Yeah, have a good one. Where was I? Shocking Grasp? Maybe already has that. All enemies might sleep without willing it. Another says that it is VRAM demanding. Only some good graphics card can handle it. Alright. I'm assuming it is going to be integrated in... Was it called Stable Horde? Was that... Did I... Is that the name of the thing? Alright. 16GB VRAM for... if-i-xl. Oh, that's one of the first releases. The first extra large release. I see. 4.3 x 6464 base module. Man. Alright, those are the different if models. If 1 XL, if 2 large. I'm getting confused just by... feel like I'm looking at this stuff you pasted and it's just like turns into... I feel like I'm dyslexic just looking at that stuff because I can't parse what's going on there. I'm assuming, yeah, you need a good graphics card. And it is called Stable Horde. Nice. I'll go with the first one. It is VRAM demanding, so you need a good graphics card to do it yourself. But you could do it yourself. With a good graphics card. I have a pretty good graphics card. Or you can use Stable Horde. Let's simplify it, says NodeRunner. You need 16 to 24 gigabytes of VRAM. Nice. Thank you, NodeRunner. That's way easier. Very kind. I think that's one of the reasons when I look into and buy computer parts or whatever, my eyes probably glaze over and I don't really know what I'm buying, right? Because all of these numbers just turns my head to mush. We were talking about that like a week ago or something, I don't even know. Yeah, when someone was buying the server parts or whatever. Notice says I'm going to try with collab. Good luck, yeah. Sweet. And it's cheap as fuck, so I'm gonna buy it anyways. Maybe I can summon monster. Very nice. Notice says it could be useful for the game. It definitely could, yeah. There's a lot of AI stuff that could be useful for the game. How is the progress going, by the way? Like, what are you working on? Notice says today I was playing with Bing Chat. I told it to pretend it was a Linux terminal. I wrote a bash script to a file and ran it. Yeah, I've seen that before. That's pretty fucking cool. It produced the correct output every single time. That is fucking cool. Holy shit. That is cool, yeah. Touched creature become invisible for a short time. So I can make myself invisible and I can make other people invisible. Would you look at that? Wands, we're not gonna buy some wands. We're gonna make this deal, however. And then we're gonna go in here and we're gonna not copy that to Octavia. Not that either. Or that. Or that. Oh shit, do I have to be like this? Oh yeah. Now it works. Holy shit, she got so many spells now. It's crazy. Well, let's check the spellbook. I mean, I do like the Hurricane Bow. I do like the Mage Armor. I do like the Enlarged Person as well. Everyone says, yeah, I have a minimum viable running mod. Actually, it's not a mod anymore. It's progressed to a fully standalone independent game. Nice. Fantastic. Fantastic. Do you do a lot of playtesting yourself, or is it still... What's that called? The alpha stage, pre-alpha, is that what they call it? Someone could make some magic missiles. No, I think we're doing the hurricane bow. That's gonna be our low level stuff. Oh, and that's why we don't do shield. Grease, however. Grease seems super fucking useful. So does summon monster. Something defensively like mage armor, like +4 armor class AC, that seems like a good idea. Enlarge has been super useful though. Fuck, I don't even know. I'm not doing playtesting. There's not enough game to play yet. Here we go. You're building the skeleton, if you will. Learning the intricacies of the engine and how to put everything together. Yeah, doing the pre-work. Setup work. Building the environment, kinda. In a way. Learning and setting up the skeleton. Fuck, I want more spells. Level 1 spells. Whatever. What else do we have? I've doubled the cat's grace for now. And then we have summon monsters, fine. Oh, and we can't do level 3 yet. That would be haste, wouldn't it? Maybe. Everyone says I asked Bing Chat to come up with a game idea, and one I really liked. Oh, would you look at that? Everyone says that, alright, the game idea is that you are a veteran soldier who has been sent back in time to stop a rogue AI from altering history. You must fight your way through various eras from ancient Rome to the Wild West using futuristic weapons and gadgets. The game is a fast-paced and action-packed first-person shooter that pays homage to the classics of the genre such as Doom, Quake, Duke Nukem 3D. The game features pixelated graphics, retro sound effects, and tongue-in-cheek humor. The game is called Time Splatter. Nice. Time Splatter, I like that name as well. Yeah, I like that idea. Rogue AI. I feel like I've seen that TV series like 5 different times. And the movie 3 times. However, they don't do the... usually it's not going through various eras, which is... why wouldn't it be going through various eras? Why would it all take place during one singular era? I like that, and it lends... it lets you fight in many different... you get variation within the game, right? You can play in many different biomes, levels, there we go. Varied aesthetical level design. Sounds pretty fucking neat. Alright, we'll talk later, Octavia. Go in here. We get a loading screen? Oh, did I just... that... oh. Really? Is that... I can just do that? Thank you kindly. Just rob these fuckers. Rob them blind. And this is
The path is clear.
my home. Oop. Highland. Who's that? Alan says you see a stout man suited in well-worn armor. His face is framed with a silvery stubble, and his fleshy nose is red and pockmarked. He radiates perfect calm. As you approach, he bows respectfully and with dignity. I'll lend your grace, captain of the city guard. The young dwarf salutes you awkwardly. Delia, assistant to the captain, happy to serve your grace. I don't remember hiring a guard captain, or any guards for that matter. I came here from Restov with a dozen of my best guards by order of Lady Jamandi Aldori, your grace. Hired from the rest, I hired the rest from among the locals. Don't worry, your grace. We are now the subjects of the barony. We've sworn to serve you faithfully and loyally, and you can count on us. Besides, we draw all our salary from your chest. Captain look at the female guard, raising her brow, then sighs and looks at you. Of course, every one of us is ready to die protecting your grace, but there's still some work to be done when it comes to discipline. You know that dwarven author Baldric Zebras? Garlic Tundras? The name escapes me. My boneheads used to read his book about guard's duty, right on guard's duty. I have to teach them a lesson or two. Nice. Donor says, yeah, like I was thinking the price would be pretty cheap and the game would be GNU licensed. Maybe I could make multiple smaller games, each taking place in various times in history. Oh, like Time Splatter, Ancient Rome or something? Oh, that seems fantastic. Right, and then you could have like an overarching story. I kind of like that. Well, as an episodic idea. Also, by doing the plan like that, there are multiple benefits. It's also that you get an iterative process, right? Which means that when you make a new game, you take the learnings that you did from the other games and you improve as a developer over time, right? Iteration, iteration. Great way to learn. Everyone says, yeah, right? Fantastic. I think that's a great idea. I'd like to learn something about those who serve me. Of course, Your Grace. I have been a guard all my life. I started as snot-nosed runt in the Night Watch. Restov is famous for its fencing schools. Young people from all the River Kingdoms come to study there. Seems every other person has a sword, and every third think they know how to use it better than all the rest. A misspoken word, a drunken fight, can quickly lead to a stabbing rampage. That's why there are so many guards in the city, and they don't accept just anyone. Lady Jamandi took note of my achievements and marked me for my for advancement. I'm here. Nodron says my concern is that the games would feel too samey. Wouldn't that kind of be the goal, Nodrunner? Like it's a series of games. And they're pretty cheap, and when you and I'm assuming there's gonna be like an overarching story, right? That happens. Overarching story where they all have their own episodes, but yeah, like an episodic storytelling thing. Where the first episode maybe takes place in ancient Rome or whatever. And well, since it's time travel as well, I've just been watching Dark, which is a time travel story. So they could be standalone, but yeah, just like Dark, where you get one piece of the puzzle in every game. Like, it is a standalone story, but it's difficult to parse what's actually going on. So you can do a non-linear type of storytelling where it's just the storytelling itself, right? If you prepare all the story in advance, then you know what types of puzzle pieces you want, and you can put different puzzle pieces in all the game, so it doesn't matter which order you play them in either at the end of the day. And then when you feel like you've finished the entire full story arc, right? When you have all the games that you wanted to bring in, then you can just like, oh, and then we have a package, buy all the games into one thing, or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. Right now I'm using this to create my levels. Obsidian Level Maker. Oh. Obsidian. Community continuation of Oblige Level Maker, originally by Andrew. Apted, combined with... Are there pictures? If we do. You just want to program? Here you go. Discord server for questions, add-ons, help, etc. Nice. Add-on. Introduction. Obsidian is a random level generator for classic first-person shooter titles. Oh, right. We've looked at this before, right? I feel like we've looked at this before. It's a great way to start out. Yeah. Easy to build the graphical user interface. No messing around with command lines. Fine. High quality levels, outdoor areas, and caves. Very nice. Yeah, I think we've looked at this before. Seems like a great thing to use. Another says, yeah, I'm not a fan of linear stories or games. Not at all? Or, okay, I prefer. Yeah, I really like those. I just finished Dark yesterday, and, well, no spoilers if you haven't seen it, but I really like this. That's something uniquely you can do with time travel. What they were doing by just bringing out puzzle pieces. Actually, you don't need time travel for that. You can time travel as a viewer without having time travel in the game or in the story, because you can show different parts, different times to the viewer. That seems fun. Of course, Your Grace. I've been a guard all my life. I started not most... Oh, we already saw that one. As for Delia, I found her on the street. About a decade ago, I remember vividly a tiny dwarf girl sitting on the temple steps, dirty face, barefoot, feeding a pigeon, feeding a piece of bread to a stray cat. I saw her and my heart missed a beat. Captain looks away. Where she's from, who left her alone, and why, only Aristotle knows. As she grew, I tried to send her to learn a craft. But who can talk sense into a dwarf, right? Racist! She wanted to be a guard, and that's that. So now I'm teaching her myself. Lucky she has a head on her shoulder and a fair bit of strength. Holland, do the guards have everything they need? There are sufficient munitions and supplies, Your Grace. The salary is fair. We've enough to buy toys for the kids and a jug of beer when the shift's done. Of course, the town is growing. It would be nice to expand the ranks, but we can manage that ourselves. I have to go. Have a quiet shift.
Tread lightly.
What's this? Old prison. Ah. Thank you for the conversation. God Cavican. Alright. I'm just gonna go in here and take all your stuff, okay? You're fine with that, right? Bye. Just rob you blind.
How may I serve you, your grace?
Doesn't it all break immersion when you can just go into the house and rob? Was this that's the tavern, I think. Well, let's go and check out the tavern. Proper loading screen here as well. Yeah, a bunch of citizens. Mary's in the tavern, of course. Honoria Late Eyes as well. Alina, that's a tavern keeper. There we go. Oh man. Oh man, the power play. I'm the Baroness. I'm just gonna go behind the counter, yeah. I'm not gonna stand in front like you have a clear... This is where the other people are, and this is where I am. And since I'm the Baroness, I'm just gonna waltz right in. Because... mine. That's mine, this is mine, you're mine. Like, oh man. Lena, behind the inn's bar stands a young woman with curly red hair, a round face with rosy cheeks. He gives you a friendly smile, fixing her cap. It's so nice of you to stop by, Your Grace. I'm Alina, the innkeeper. Tell me about yourself. I'd be happy to, Your Grace. I love to talk, especially about myself. Where are you from? What land? Which family? I hail from the River Kingdoms. Our tomb, to be precise. From a farming family. Like just about everybody from around there. There is more fertile land and pasture there than anywhere in the River Kingdoms, except for maybe the Seven Arches. The folk who grow crops and tend cattle are well respected there. But at the same time, they live in constant danger. There's too many bad people, too lazy to work all day. But I don't mind taking wait. There's too many bad people, too lazy to work all day, but don't mind taking other people's things. I mean, that's work as well, isn't it? Thievery is one line of work. Man, too bad we're gonna be stuck in this linear... Wait. I mean, there's a super linear story going on here, but I don't think the game is super linear. This game. Thinking about it. I mean, you can go wherever you want on the map and do whatever it is that you need. But it's more like, it's more, yeah. More episodes in a grander linear story. Where it doesn't matter if this episode or that episode happens first. Like, you just switch them around. It's pretty linear still in this game. I don't mind, though. I kind of like linear stories. I like linear games as well. Well, rather put it this way. I don't think a linearity necessarily makes me enjoy the game more or less. When did you decide to become an innkeeper? I was bored, please don't get me wrong. I was fine at father's farm, and I've got nothing but respect for farmers' work. But in our back country, you could go half a year without seeing a new face, no news, nothing happening. I have dreamed of working at an inn since I was a child. Kind of place where there's always lots of guests and stories. No one says that linearity sucks. What is it you don't like about it, Notrunner? I'm curious. Like, if you have that strong feelings about it? Where does the inn's name come from? Oh, don't ask. It's too funny. I kept thinking about what name to pick, choosing just the right one. But not one to waste time. I drew a beer mug on the door. I figured folks would just see it and come in. So the locals got used to calling the place the Beer Mug Inn. So the name stuck. Pretty nice. Neat. It's oppressive. Oh, that's it? I feel like I remember you saying that you don't watch a lot of, like, TV shows or movies. Watch some of it, but I mean, that's very oppressive as well. Suppose that would check out. Yeah. I mean, all stories, right, are oppressive. No, not necessarily. Like, we have story generators where you can actually influence how the story where the story goes, but you're still... Your choices are still the developer's choices, right? Whatever happens. Oh, man. Did you play... Yeah, you played... The Stanley Parable. That whole game is about that, well, at the end of the day, everything you play is put in there by the developer. No matter how you turn it about. Tell me about the River Kingdoms. Do it. Notice there's no freedom to change the outcome, like walking down a hallway with no way out. Ah, exactly. Yeah, I get the oppressiveness, and I guess it doesn't bother me. There is always a way out. It's right here. Right there. Exit to desktop. And I suppose when you have used that way out enough times, you learn about yourself that, oh, yeah, I always use this exit. Huh. The way out is not to play exactly. That's why you always want to change the outcome, and the outcome is just exiting the game. Yeah, to each their own. Sometimes I wish I was, well... No, you know what? Just as I was gonna say it out loud. Sometimes I have that feeling where I'm like, I get stuck in what I'm doing. Maybe I'm like, well, I don't really need to be doing this, or not super enjoying what I'm doing anymore, but I still stick with it because I'm stuck in that corridor. Oh, the stream buffered? What did you say? What did I say? The way out is not to play. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I wish I used this button way more, but then... like, no, embrace who you are. Sometimes I get stuck in corridors, and I think that's fine. Because I don't super mind corridors. Yeah, it's like... you could look at a corridor as in life, I suppose. Routines in life. And I'm learning more and more about myself that routines in life are good for me. So walking down the one corridor without too many doors to open is freeing in a way as well. Man, I remember seeing that, yeah. When you go to the store and you need to buy tomato sauce and there are a dozen different varieties of tomato sauce to buy, then you end up in a situation where it's like, oh, what am I gonna buy? Which one am I gonna buy? And then you end up in like analysis paralysis and just feel bad about all the choices. Balance in life, I suppose. I prefer a society with the 12 tomato sauces. Don't get me wrong, it's just... there is a freedom in just picking one and then deciding this is the one and not make these choices anymore. Nolan says the fun for me is getting an outcome, not getting the outcome. Oh man, we were talking about that before. Fun is not about the destination, it's about the journey. Which is not completely true. Yeah, it's about both, right? Yeah, it's about the journey and the destination. And I could agree that the destination could sour the journey itself. That's actually something I had to do in this game. I had to embrace the linearity. I still haven't gotten any I haven't gotten to actually gameplay that embracing that I'm trying to do, where I'm gonna be playing a lawful neutral character. That's what I'm gonna play. Whenever I have the choice, I'm gonna play a lawful neutral character, which is removing the choices from myself in these conversations. But it is true though, I will be getting an outcome in this game. I don't think there will be the outcome in this game. There's probably some recurring things that will definitely happen, right? Yeah. There will be a antagonist, right? With the Tartusio characters and whatnot. And that story is probably gonna... there are many stories in this game, right? And I think that story will probably very linear and just have a fixed kind of ending. Or maybe you get a choice between two different endings or whatever. But it's... how do you even define what an outcome is, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. This is a good fucking picture. For me, I enjoy both. Yeah. For me, I enjoy both of these. Depending on mood and whatnot. Yeah, I like variation, so if I've played one of these games, I would want to play one of these games after, probably, if that makes sense. Lena says, a month wouldn't be long enough to tell it all, Your Grace. Each kingdom is a special place, all its own. Elves live in one of them, another one, half of the country belongs to the Murderers Guild. It's not even the Assassins Guild, it's the Murderers Guild. What the fuck? What is the Murderers Guild? And the other half gives them their orders. Oh, right. They say they even got locals a discount. There's just one thing that unites us all. Like a strong thread that keeps a quilt together. It is the 6 River Freedoms. 6 River Freedoms? Yes. The first freedom. Oh, here we go. The 6 freedoms. I've heard about a bunch of freedoms before. I feel like last time I heard about it, was it 4 freedoms? Now there are 6. Alright. The first freedom is, say what you will, I live free. It doesn't mean you won't get beaten up for what you say, though. Huh. Oh. Oh, so freedom of speech. Alright, the second freedom, well, if you can call it a freedom, oath breakers die. Those who break oaths get killed just like that, so people prefer not making any oaths at all. I like that as a consequence. Oath breakers die. That's the standard. So therefore we don't have a bunch of oath takers. Which is a great thing, I think. We were talking about oaths. Oh man, that was months ago. But that stuck with me, that... I wish there were more oaths in society, but oaths not to other people, to yourself. Yeah, you do it in front of other people so they can help you, but it's about you, not about them. Oh, like the New Year's resolution, right? But if people actually followed through with the New Year's resolutions or whatever. I don't think I've ever made one New Year's resolution. Maybe I should do that the next time. Go to an actual celebration. Make an oath. What would that be? I don't even know. Talking about oppressive linearity, right? The third freedom. Walk any road. Float any river. Once the ruler of Hybar decided to build a gate across the river and collect a fee from each passing boat. Well, there's no more Hybar. Nice. Hybar, that's the name of the character. The fourth freedom is even worse than the second one. Courts are for kings. Whatever a king says, goes. Wait, that doesn't sound very freeing. Well, as long as he doesn't say to build a gate across a river, yeah. Oh, so... Courts are for kings? If we're not in the court, then what the king says doesn't matter. That it feels a little bit similar to something that I've been kind of saying, trying to bring up for myself, is that cheating is for winners. That's kind of, I feel like subtle, well, not so subtly, I suppose, but you look into that statement, it's like, oh, maybe you shouldn't try to be too married to the idea of winning, because you really, really want to win and only want to win, then cheating would be a way to get there, right? Hello, Moon Pie Dumplings. Let's see again. How are you doing today? Right, it's a pretty good one. I think this is a bit, like, it's a bit unfair because there are way more games today that may not follow. Like, there are games that follow this as well. Also, this was a long time ago. Oof. Notices that great artists steal and use it in a dataset for the latest machine learning image generation model. Great artists steal and use it. What does it refer to? Use it in a dataset for the latest machine learning image generation model. I feel like I completely... Oh, wait. Stolen art. So, great artists... Oh, that's your subjective value judgment. That great artists, they steal art and use it in a dataset for the latest machine learning image generation model. I had difficulty parsing that sentence. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming a great artist, if you define a great artist, is someone who improves the beauty that exists in the world, right? That's what a great artist does. Oh, it's a play on a quote. Good artists copy, great artists steal. Oh, damn it. Makes more sense. I didn't remember. I think I've seen that quote before, but I guess I didn't internalize that quote because steal? Fuck that. Right, great artists steal and use it in a dataset. I like that. Hello, Shellberg. Nice to meet you. How are you doing today? Good thing I showed up at the right time to experience some cringe. What's cringe? What do you mean? And did you show up just to be rude? Not honors cringe? How do you mean? Why is that? What? Where are you? I'm assuming that you're being rude, and I would ask you to stop if that's like if you're trying to hurt Node-Runner's feelings. I would ask you to please stop. Yeah. Node-Runner says, "I'm sorry you experienced that." Oh, yeah, cringe. Well, they kind of implied that cringe was. They said good thing, right? So maybe they experienced something good, Node-Runner. They had a good time. Right, now for the fifth. Slavery is an abomination. Nothing to explain there. Oh yeah, slavery is an abomination. I'm with that. Runaway slaves from all over come to us for a reason. Yeah, indeed. Dilberg says, nah, it was just an awkward moment for me to appear. What was awkward about it, Shellberg? And the sixth, you have what you hold. It means that theft is a much worse crime than robbery. You catch my drift. You can honestly beat a robber and keep what's yours, but the thief acts in the quiet. Shame on him. That's just disrespectful. Oh, that's interesting. I have the opposite opinion. I think a robber kind of threatens violence, and that necessarily makes it worse for me, yeah. Because there's a threat of violence or there is actual violence, which is way worse than losing just stuff. right? So I have way more respect for a thief than a robber. Because one is just being a douchebag and take your stuff. Well, both of them are kind of being douchebags, but the thief does it with skill and sneakiness and doesn't really hurt you as a person. They just take your stuff. While the robber hurts you as a person and take your stuff. Nono says the great artist steal quote seems similar to me to the cheating is for winners sentiment. Then wait, the great artist... Oh, the quote, good artists copy, great artists steal. I guess I have a difficulty parsing that because I get confused by what is a good artist, what is a great artist. And I kind of steal, the whole word bothers me, right? I think being inspired by other people is a great thing, isn't it? Or is it more that you just take someone else's art and pass it on as your own? I don't even know. Hilberg says it was awkward because you did not understand what Node Runner was saying, so then Node Runner had to explain the joke, which always makes the joke unfunny. Oh, that's interesting, Kjellborg. Oh, that's interesting. We have a mantra in this stream that explaining the joke always makes it more funny. And I feel like we've been doing this for months now, always explaining the jokes, and I don't know if there has been a situation where explaining the joke has actually made it less funny for me. For me, it has always been more funny when explaining it. Especially if I didn't understand the joke. If I didn't understand the joke, it's definitely more funny when I understand it. But even if I did understand the joke, it becomes more fun when someone explains it. Hilberg says I'm like 90% sure Nodrun was responding to something written in the game. Nodrun says I wasn't. Shellberg says, I'm the awkward one then. No, I don't think so, Shellberg. I feel like I've heard that said many, many times. That people say that when you explain a joke, it's not funny anymore. I've heard people say that a lot, but I don't agree, I don't think. And I don't know why it would be... Like, why would the joke be less funny because it was explained? That has not been my experience. Maybe that's more of an attitude thing, where you come in with the attitude that if someone explains the joke, then you come in with your preconceived notion that, oh, as soon as they start explaining, I'm gonna be throwing shade. But if you have the perspective that explaining the joke makes it more funny, then maybe you'll have a better time, because that's often what you do, right? The joke is what you bring into it. Your experience is dependent on what you bring into the experience, right? Maybe. Another one says, what was the stream with the AI streamer? I forgot the name. Why am I asking about a name? I mean, there was AI... it was Athene... AI something. That was the latest one. And I think Athene has a couple of AI streams, so you could search for Athene AI or something like that. There was also... there was another one. Colgate on Tap was recommending. Fuck, I don't remember that other one. Can't help you there. Sorry, no runner. Hilberg says it can be funny to explain the joke, but the comedy of it changes context. it's no longer funny because you get the joke, but it can become funny because people don't get it. Right, so the funny thing is that to laugh at someone else's expense, yeah, that I don't really find that a lot funny. I still have that reaction that if I see someone fall over or on, like, get kicked in the nuts or whatever, I sometimes get that laughing response, like the America's Funniest Home Video stuff. But when I take a moment, it's like someone just experienced a lot of pain, and that's not really funny. Like, why do people laugh at that? Because that, to me, again, that's my attitude that I bring into it. Laughing at someone else, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I still have that reaction because I've been raised that way, I suppose. Watching a lot of American Funniest Home Videos, which is weird because I'm not American. But I've been seeing that a bunch as a kid. And children do find that funny, right? When someone fall over and hit their head. Until they see all the blood gushing out from the face, then it's not funny anymore. But I feel like the pain is enough for me to just like... Sure, I get that initial reaction, but then it's like, oh. And I would argue it's not the joke that's funny then. It's... Yeah, you're not laughing at the joke, you're laughing at the other people that didn't get the joke. So... It doesn't really change the funniness of the joke, does it? Another one says, are you a fan of Darth Vader riding on a unicycle playing Flame? Fantastic. Tilburg says it's not necessarily at someone's expense because, but because it's silly that a friend might not know the context that you do. Solution is simply to laugh and then explain what you found funny. Yeah, explaining the joke. Which makes it more funny, because they can laugh at the joke as well. It is similar to how some language can have phrases that sound silly in other languages. Yeah, my favorite word, well, one of my favorite words in the English language is cockpit. Because in Swedish the word pit means cock. So cockpit, it becomes a very funny word. Why is it silly, by the way, that a friend might not know the context that you do? Like, what is silly about that, right? Now there's another joke that I don't get. If you explain it, it might get funny for me. Tilburg says, for example, the Darth Vader video isn't making fun of Scottish culture. It is funny because Darth Vader doesn't ride unicorns and play bagpipes. I mean, it was a bit funny, but my experience of that thing was not funny as a joke. It was funny, like, what is going on? That you get the whiplash thing. Yeah, the whiplash. Something unexpected can be funny, right? Funny because you wouldn't expect Darth Vader, even though, yeah, he's riding a unicycle and playing flaming bagpipes. Like, whoa, what am I looking at? And then you get the laugh, but then the rest of it is not funny anymore. It's just mesmerizing. Ah. Tilburg says exactly. What's going on? Alright, thank you, Lena. We will discuss it another time. Show us what treats you have. Show us? Oh man. My character's really going all in the Baroness, Your Grace thing. Using the royal us already. Wow. Character's quite the asshole. Kjellberg says, And sometimes when you experience something that you're not used to, it can be a what's going on moment. Ah. What's going on can be funny. What's the difference between a funny what's going on moment and a not funny what's going on moment? Let me know. Nodron says, did my message not send? I don't think so. Yeah, we missed something. Oh, I said this video is funny because it's absurdist. There we go, absurdist. Darth Vader riding a unicycle and playing flaming bagpipes is so over the top, out of place. Exactly. That message did not send before, Nodrunner, yeah. Or I didn't get it. Did you get it, Shellberg? Furthermore, this video takes place in front of a mural that says Keep Portland Weird, which is funny because a weird thing is happening in front of that very message. I was actually thinking that the Keep Portland Weird message kind of... It was a little bit on the nose for me. It could have been an even weirder place than just a random car park. I don't even know. Silberg says I did not see Nodrunner's message until now. There we go. So it wasn't me then. Good to know, thanks. But it's basically what I'm saying. Alright. Absurdist humor. Do we want to buy food? Not yet, but we can buy food. Oh, and we have a limited amounts of food available to us. I wish there was an easy way to just check my recipes. It has bothered me. There's gotta be somewhere, right, in-game, the recipes that I have unlocked. That I can just... These are my recipes. Everyone says that the creator of the mural didn't do it for this express reason, but rather it was chosen by the video creator as a location because of how perfectly it fit. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. A little bit on the nose for me because it was definitely chosen because of that, yeah. So perfectly that apparently some people perceive it as being on the nose. Yeah. Silberg says, as far as I know, the only way to check your recipes is to rest and look at them. You can cancel a rest. Wait. Alright, I'm curious. Can I just... Yeah, you cannot rest here. What if we just go... Right? I have to go outside. Oh, no, that's not... Fuck. Oh, I can choose where to go. That's interesting. But I still need a loading screen, and this is not gonna help us either, right? Oh, why did I do this? For science, right? Yeah, I still need to have 2 loading screens, and this is not even gonna be enough, right? Maybe I could have decided just to go... Fuck! No! Let's just waste a day for no good fucking reason. And now we need to run all the way back. Ugh. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't... We can drop these off. That's fine. Drop this off. Leave. Oh, and this is where we select our party. I see. Should I bring him right away? Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. What just happened? Fuck, did I do it wrong again? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is super... I can't even press... Yeah, here I can go and I can manage. But I do need at least 2, maybe 3 loading screens just to look at these. Tilburg says, when I played this game, I ended up writing down the recipes for this exact reason. Right? So fucking annoying. Hello, Cole, get in on tap. Nice to see you again. No inspiration for today because my API key expired and I noticed after I started the stream and I didn't want to mess with that. So the bot is not working today, Cole, get in on tap. So I'm gonna outsource the inspiration again and say, well, you just have to be inspirational yourself. Again. You have to find your own inspiration within yourself. That's kind of been a theme today. Through the entire stream. Look inwards, do some introspection, figure out what you find inspiring and helpful or whatever. Another one says, however, I do not perceive it as such. I think it is an important message in a day where Portland is being torn apart by political strife. This message reminds us to have fun and express ourselves. Oh. I didn't know the context, Node Runner. I don't know anything about Portland, but if there is a lot of strife and seriousness, then yeah, a reminder to be weird, and a reminder with, like, Portland in the video. It's like, it's a message to Portland, right? So it's, yeah. Have fun and express yourself. Nice, I like that. So it was a bit on the nose, but in context, it being a bit on the nose might be a good thing. Tilburg says, luckily, one day isn't enough to ruin any of your plans. Yeah, I could have just loaded the game if I wanted to, but I decided not to. You can feel bad, but the game gives you more than enough to win, even without the most efficient use of days or recipes. That's what I've heard, yeah. Well, get in on tap, look up some inspiration themselves and say, by pleasuring, you can become a nightclub owner. Oh, right. You just, you just screw enough people over, eh? Or, well, no, if you just screw enough people, they're gonna give you stuff, because everybody likes when you make them feel good, and they're gonna pay it back, I suppose. I kind of like the hearty meal, right? +1 bonus on all saving throws for a day. You don't have to bring any stuff for this. It's just a higher DC, which is fine, I suppose. Skipper's Pie is the same with a lower DC, but then you have to pay for the flour, potatoes, and meat, which is... for just lowering the DC down to 17, it's like, maybe. What else do I have? Eating dual rice provides you with +5 movement speed for a day. That's also like, I think I prefer the hearty meal, maybe. Haggis. Eating haggis provides you with a +1 bonus on all saving throws for a day. And it's the same. It's just 18 DC instead. Just stick with the hearty meal. Sweet pancakes, +5... yeah, I don't have any good recipes yet. So, alright, know that. Can we just... oh, right. I don't want to be interesting. No, we want to go back. We don't want... yeah, I don't want to leave yet, I don't think. Oh, sweet, I get to choose. Go to the tavern. What's in the tavern? Silberg says the point of art, like the Vader video, is that you can interpret it in any way you want. It doesn't have to be exactly the way the videographer wanted you to experience it, but any way you experience experience it is valid. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Death of the Author, yeah. Take your own lessons from the Darth Vader playing bagpipes in an empty lot in Portland. And art doesn't even have to bring lessons, Shellberg. It can just be a little bit of fun, right? It can just be aesthetically pleasing or mesmerizing for you for a couple of videos. You don't necessarily have to take anything away either, which is fine. Olgitino asks, are saves important in this game? Yes. I have replayed like one of the fights. I replayed, I think, like 4 or 5 times. Couldn't help myself. Nolan says, yeah, I'm not the creator of the video. I can't say for certain what they sought to achieve. Yeah, but like Shellberg said, your interpretation is completely valid. Your experience and your takeaway is super valid, Node Runner. Yeah. And you just telling that and sharing your perspective made me feel less bothered by the on-the-nose thing. I felt like, oh, yeah. It was a detriment when I was looking, but after the fact, it was less of a detriment. Kjellberg says that comment wasn't directed at you, Node Runner. It was meant to say that anyone's interpretation is... I liked valid better than correct, but yeah, valid. Colgitino Tab says genocide on authors? Yes! That's what I was talking about, Colgitino Tab. No, death to the author is this idea that Shellberg was, like, the concept in literature, they call it, well, or no, they call it. When I learned about this concept in uni, when we were talking about this concept, we dubbed it the death of the author. That the author's... what the author was trying to say is not necessarily super important. Because it's your experience when you experience art. Maybe the eye of the beholder is a better way to look at it. Nodrunner says, I think if they wanted to provide a message, they would have made it a bit more clear. Well, that's the thing, right? It was art, Nodrunner. And since we're talking about the death of the author or the eye of the beholder, maybe they wanted to provide an experience. Tilburg says a little bit of fun is a perfectly valid way to experience any art. Yeah. Oh man. I wonder if there's... Can we figure out an invalid way to experience art? Like... I don't even know. Notice says, for me, the death of the author can have a different meaning. Yeah, it can mean that the author actually physically dies, right? Notice says, I think it means that the work can stand on its own without being connected to the author. Well, it never stands on its own, Node Runner. It's dependent on you experiencing the art. If you don't experience the art, it's still dependent on you, right? Wait, with your monitor off? Oh, can it? I mean, I feel like for it to be art, it either needs to be art in the eyes of the creator or the eyes of the perceiver. Otherwise, it's not art. You need people, right? Tab says, what does valid and invalid mean in this context? Good question. No, that's kind of what I wanted to... was getting at as well, Colgitino because what is a valid way to experience art? Like, if we're saying that everything is valid, then is the word really helping? If it cannot be invalid, then why even use the word valid? I guess maybe the point of using the word valid is to point out that there are no invalid. That's kind of the point that is being made, right? Gilberg says an invalid way to experience art. The only invalid way to experience art would be to tell everyone that your experience is the only true way to experience art. Yeah, but that's not the experience, right? That's something else that happens after the experience of art. I don't even know. Is your monitor off? There you go. Right. I missed the context note on. I thought with monitor off was a follow-up to your previous statement. So I didn't get the context. Yes, you're right. With your monitor off, that's an invalid way to experience art. Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah, that's the invalid way to experience art, by not looking, hearing, not seeing, feeling, touching, not interacting with it at all, because then you're not experiencing the art. Therefore, it's an invalid way to experience art, because you weren't experiencing art. Of course, yeah. Thanks for the repetition, Node Runner. I didn't get it at first. You didn't even have to explain it, you just had to repeat it, and I got it the second time around. Because of the context. Right. Let's rob these fuckers as well, because what are they gonna do about it? Thank you. Beer mug in.
The path is clear.
I wonder if this is gonna have negative consequences, me just going around and robbing everybody. Like, are people gonna be unhappy with me that I just like, thank you? There is no pipe, by the way. Picked up an... Well, it claimed that I picked up an old smoking pipe, but I would say there is no old smoking pipe. I really hope I'm not gonna get penalized for doing this. Or I should have been penalized immediately.
I'll go ahead.
As not to screw me over. Or there should have been a dialogue or something, right? Something telling me that, oh, this might not be the greatest thing to do. Tilburg says, are you truly experiencing art if your only care is to explain the art to everyone else? Well, man, your example, I didn't interpret it that way. Would be to tell everyone that your experience is the only true way to experience art. I took it more as someone was expressing their experience and talking about the art. And I mean, there are people with authoritarian perspectives to life, I suppose. Hilberg says it may happen afterwards, but the person interacting with the art is forgetting the act of actually experiencing the art. Though I suppose there could be some art exhibitions that could use that exact feeling as part of the experience. Yeah, I disagree. I would say that to be able to say, oh, this is canon, or right, this is the way to experience art, or this is the correct way, or whatever, you still have to have had that experience to be able to express the experience, right? So I feel like that example is dependent on having some sort of experience to the art. Because if you actually look at it, hear it, see it, like, you do have an experience. Like, they didn't turn their monitor off. Their monitor was on, they were looking at it, or whatever, right? Which means they did have an experience. And we can't really invalidate that just because they were an asshole. Oh, locked.
Let's head out.
And I can't pick locks. Oh, interesting. So if I was a lockpicker, special case there. Oh, here we go. Jethro greets you with a nod. Speak. She's evil. That surprises me. She hasn't looked evil. Is she lawful evil? I don't even remember. I'd like to hear your story. Jethro shrugs. Stories are boring and a waste of time. I've killed. I was exiled from Kyonin. I died. I was raised by Urgothoa's gift. That's my story. The Pallid Princess and Lady Despair is the goddess of physical excess, disease, and the undead. Colgitino Tab says, but if you have canon, you can remove those who claim it is not canon. Then after the canon has done its job, the only opinion left standing is that it is canon. Yeah, and then I feel like that's something that bothers Shellberg, that type of attitude. The attitude of a canon. That there exists a canon and that people should read this or that. And using this methodology to enforce certain authoritarian views on how things should be experienced. And that's a dick move, I agree, but that doesn't change people's experience with the art. Well, it does, right? Because what you bring into the experience matters. Your attitude when you goes in gonna influence you, your past. Well, Tab says it was funny because canon and canon sound similar, right? Tilburg says I'm too drunk to discuss art. You're all making my brain explode, figuratively. Good times. That's weird. Usually, too drunk. When I was a kid, I used to get drunk just to talk armchair philosophy with people. Nowadays, I don't need to get drunk anymore to do that. I can just start the camera and whatever and just talk about all kinds of random stuff. But sooner or later, you do get too drunk, don't you? Oh man, this is a long conversation to have. Who were you before your exile? It's rather amusing. I belong to a wealthy family, held high position on the courts of Idara, the capital of Kyonin. When my little wrongdoings were revealed, the trial was held in the very same court where I tried cases and delivered sentences over several hundred years. An awkward situation, don't you think? Kind of, yeah. Oof. Timberg says you're free to interpret my ramblings however you want. Oh man. I'm not a big fan of that. Because there is a difference there's a big difference between communication and art. Communication, I think it's very important, is a negotiation of meaning, because you have ideas in your mind and you're trying to express them. And I try to interpret what you are trying to say, but if my interpretation is like misses the mark, then that's a failure of communication, right? And I would encourage anyone to be cognizant of that happening, because that happens a lot, right? Interpretations and the ways you express things leads to failures of communication, and people being cognizant of that improves communication. Yeah. Because you do express an idea, and people... I would assume that people would want to respond to the idea that you're trying to express. rather than responding to something else, a random other interpretation. Silberg says, look, I'm just blabbering into Twitch chat, and I really don't mind if you misinterpret what I say. Alright, that's completely fine. I'm having a good time, Silberg. I hope you're having a good time, even with the figurative mind explosion. I do not think less of you for it. I only try to expand on my ideas. Yeah, right. And that's what I'm saying. Keep on expanding your ideas. It's a great idea. I think that's a great approach to life, isn't it? And also, just keep blabbering into Twitch chat. That's completely fine as well. Who did you kill and why? Family. 4. Yethel's voice is calm and ordinary as she's speaking of something trivial. But why is the more interesting question. Family of 4? Oof. What is the worth of 1,000 years if you cannot enjoy it like your first 10 dozen springs? The elf voice sound unusually vehement. Everyone considers elves ever young, but our youthfulness is but a mask, a threadbare ritual gown. What lies underneath? The dust of years and jaded repetition, which each year the dust grows thicker and erstwhile joy ceases to excite and cloy as dish you've tasted 1,000 times. I remember hearing, I didn't actually read the story itself. Oh, I think that was probably Jacob Geller. Sounds like something Jacob Geller would do. A video about... Yeah, and it sounded like a story that Jacob Geller would like as well. A story about immortality that ends up being like this as well. The dust of years, jaded repetition. That sooner or later you kind of end up being just... do anything for a rise, right? End up... Oh, I think that story was... That story wasn't even about immortality. That story was about... oh, what's his face? When you get stuck in a time loop, living the same day or same month over and over and over and over and over again. But I think that story was Groundhog Day. There we go, the Groundhog Day. But instead of finding a way out, there is no way out. And what happens to a person that lives that? And they were kind of making the point that since you relive this infinitely, they were making the point that people, maybe not all people, but some people definitely would end up murdering everybody an infinite amount of time with torture and just all kinds of awfulness, because you go through cycles, right? You would go mad in a way from this and go through cycles throughout all this loneliness. I don't even know. Hilberg says, in a completely different conversation. I totally agree with Jafal, and thus I disagree with Ergothoa. I feel like I could enjoy immortality for quite a long time before resorting to evil. I cannot say I would never resort to evil if I were immortal, but I already experienced boredom and re-experience things I like before. I don't see why you couldn't do that for many lifetimes. Yeah, that was kind of my response as well, that if you have infinite possibilities, that doesn't necessarily take you, I mean, evil, I'm not a big fan of the word evil, but like torturing and murdering and raping and all of this awful stuff, right? You have an infinite amount of ways to play out your your day, week, or month, right? You have an infinite amount of time, which means there is always new things to do and learn and experience. And yeah, I don't necessarily think it would bring me into torture and murder. But what the fuck do I know? Right? I've only lived for, what, 36 years? And it has been very diverse. A very diverse... 36? Am I 37? I don't fucking know. It's been a diverse couple of years. But I do get bored, and when I get bored, like, when I can't deal with my own boredom, I start doing other things. And maybe what you would be great at is do the meditation thing, right? And just find contentness with not doing anything, just sitting and meditating for 200 years. Could you imagine? I can't, but yeah. That would be something, wouldn't it? Well, Guitar says, are you talking about Everlasting Summer? Oh, they actually did that as well. I wasn't talking about Everlasting Summer, no. But they did that in Everlasting Summer as well. Yeah. Groundhog Day. Elberg says, there are too many experiences that humanity is always creating on a consistent basis. Causing suffering is not necessary to placate any boredom. Exactly. And I don't think alleviating boredom is necessary for a content life either, Shellberg. Like, we do it a lot. Like, we cause a lot of suffering as well. But, yeah, I wouldn't throw the word necessary into causing suffering. Like, I wouldn't say, like, yeah, alleviating boredom might not be necessary either. Yeathal continues, long did I search for a way to avert this fate. Don't I, who has truly tasted life, deserve a better lot than those benumbed? Oh man, there's a lot of words that I don't know in this game. I kind of like it. Yeah, feels good running into stuff like... I'm not going to look up words and try to maybe get the context anyways, but... yeah. Deserve a better lot than those bedumbled old elves who close themselves off to the world. Or close themselves to the world. Oh, they do what I was talking about, just sitting and meditating. And I found a way in the ancient texts of Urgathoa, a ritual involving the blood of my kin. Oh, you killed your own family. A trifle. That would make each day feel as a holiday. Created specifically for me. The ritual gave strength not only to my body, but to my mind and my soul. And my mind whirled at every sensation. Each sip of wine or silken caress. Oh, how I miss this. Did she become a vampire and then undead? Is that what happened? Pretty damn cool. Hilberg says, in the context of the game, Urgathoa is a goddess who is partially about the alleviation of boredom. Did it say that? Physical excess, yeah. Kind of. Disease and the undead. She's mostly worshipped by dark necromancers, the undead, and those wishing to become undead. Sometimes those who live gluttonous... yeah, gluttony. Yeah, that's what I thought. Gluttonous lifestyle makes application to her, as do those suffering from serious illness. Her faithful believe she was the first creature to defy Pharasma and return... yeah, look at that. Golgitinotab says, Red Semyon viewed inhabitants of camp as mere dolls, so from his point of view, he was not killing or torturing people, but playing with dolls. I remember, yeah. That's kind of going nuts, but... I don't think that Groundhog Day necessarily leads you into Red Semian, Colgitinotap. That's kind of what I'm saying. That, yeah, I've seen art or entertainment or just literature that has explored that, just like Jathal here explores that and take these steps. But I think that says not things about humanity as a whole, but it more says something about Semyon, like it says something about Jathal, or these characters that do start looking at people as dolls. I don't think that's a necessarily would happen to any person in that situation, even though it did happen to Red Semyon. Jathal says, my cousin was the first I used for the ritual. It was a simple matter to pass her death as an unfortunate accident, but the enchantment would not last. I had to find another and again conceal my trail. So it is a type of vampirism. It's not vampirism, but it's similar to vampirism. The third death, my family grew suspicious, and upon the fourth, my deeds were finally revealed. Such a pity. If not for this, my unlife, even now, would overflow with burning pleasure. For I have dozens of useless relatives. Useless, eh? Alright. Alright, so what's more important? Lawful or neutral? Well, actually, lawful evil is... Oh man, this is my first choice since I made the choice, and it hasn't... I haven't made up my mind yet. Because we are gonna be lawful neutral. That's our goal. That's our playthrough. So... since right now we are lawful good, which means we need to move down to neutral. Do we play the system, or do we follow just as close as we can, right? If we're gonna follow lawful neutral, then the neutral response would be the one, right? But if we want to move towards... I would assume that it's gonna go faster to reach lawful neutral if we take lawful evil here. Because at the end of the day, we've already gained 5 levels, and within 5 more levels, I do want to be lawful neutral. Actually, let's ask here. Fine. Do we have in the wiki? Does it say? Like, do we look for move? No. What am I looking for? Oh wow, that did not have a lot of information here. Timberg says the lawful evil response helps you get a lawful neutral playthrough, and I will explain why shortly. Yeah, you move further, right? That was kind of my guess, but I didn't know. I wanted to know, like, lawful evil moves you further down towards evil than just neutral. And I'm assuming that these responses don't really have a big influence on the unfolding of the story. Because yeah, I've made a decision, but there are 2 different paths, right? One path is just staying true in every choice to being lawful neutral, and just playing a lawful neutral character and always making that choice, or gaming the system. Hilberg says I would be lying if I said absolutely couldn't happen to me, even if I would never want it to. I mean, that's the thing, right? You don't know, I don't know. we don't know because we haven't experienced it, so we're just kind of speculating, right? So maybe it would happen, but I don't believe it's necessary. Yeah. I do not believe it's necessary. And the thing is that you would want it to happen, right? That is what would have happened. So I would never want it to. Like, you don't want to right now. Like, I wouldn't want it right now either. Well, Continue on Tab says in most Groundhog Day stuff I've seen, it does not go that far, but most of them characters do take advantage of the reset by doing something they would not do if they had to stay around for the consequences. Yeah, I would definitely do that as well, right? I would be way more liberal in my actions and what I say to people and whatnot because of the lack of consequences. I remember, the thing that pops up in my mind is from Stargate when they did the Groundhog Day episode. And they were just opening the Stargate and play golf through the hole. They just play golf through the Stargate. That's something that you wouldn't do in... That's something that you maybe would do in Groundhog Day, but not in real life. But like, you're still not torturing people, right? You're not causing pain. Just that. Right, Chubbuck says most responses don't matter as far as I know. Do not trust this completely. Oh, right. Right, in some context we're making a choice that will affect the story. That makes sense, but most of them, like this is just telling her story, right? It doesn't matter a lot. Well, Gitino Tab points out there are no lawful neutral choice. Yeah, that would be the neutral choice. And it would move us... Oh. Maybe they all move us... The step are all equal, but this one would move us toward neutral instead of lawful. It would move us towards lawful evil, so maybe I do want to be lawful evil for a little bit in certain situations. Noron says, did you try the Steam beta? No, thanks for the reminder. I'm actually going to make a note of that, because I had until you mentioned it, I had completely forgotten about it. So I'm going to make a note for myself. I've got so many notes. I've got too many notes. I need to start taking care of this. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Looking forward to check that out. Berg quotes, there are many ways to arrange death is both evil and lawful response, because a lawful character has no qualms killing someone who is a threat to the law of the land. Yeah. Fucking lawful people. Ugh, it's so gross. It's gonna be a challenge for me to pick lawful... Choose lawful, make lawful choices. Like I said yesterday, lawful and awful, they're pretty much the same, aren't they? Alright, if you were truly lawful neutral, you would openly kill someone who was a threat to the laws of your land, yeah. I do not necessarily believe this myself, I'm answering as a lawful neutral character. Yeah, I got that. Volgatino Tab says, I would probably try and torture rather soon into the loop. I would try to get out of the loop and find answers. Torture would not be my go-to option, but if peaceful methods do not bring answers, I'd eventually try torture as well. Oh, you go through method, Colgate on Tap, that you would have a singular goal and you would try to get out, and torture, you would resort to torture to get the answer. I see. I wouldn't, though, because I don't think torture would be, what if you torture someone and then get out? And yeah, and, like, how it changes you as a person? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would try, like, if I knew or if I believed someone had answers, I would go after that person but I would go after that person with so like we said, there are an infinite amount of ways to get at a person and try to get answers from them. An infinite amount of methodologies to try and figure this out. And I wouldn't go towards torture, because you could over time figure out everything this person knew, right? Without resorting to torture. Because every time you interact with a person, you would learn and understand that person more and more and more and more and more and more, until you know exactly how to press all their buttons without torturing them. So I would imagine myself not resorting to torture in this in that context. Colgitin on tap. Yeah. I mean, I would manipulate them to give me answers, but I would definitely not need torture. And also, torture, from what I understand, it's not a very reliable way to go. Silberg says, yes, if you were lawful neutral, you want to be both lawful good and lawful evil. Any option that is just neutral takes you away from lawful. You're right, it does. Yeah, it does take you away. So, I do have to do a balancing act. That's a good point, Kjellberg. So, always when there is a lawful neutral response, I want to do that. And then it kind of depends where I am. Since I am in lawful good right now, and I have moved a little bit towards chaos, I do want to move towards lawfulness and evil. So we have a very mathematical way to make these choices. So, where I am right now, well, mathematical, we could have chosen neutral, but lawful evil is the choice that makes sense. However, context matters as well. We have to read, we do that, and sometimes I might give myself some leeway to pick the neutral instead of the lawful evil in this situation. Yeah. So both of these are valid, but lawful evil is the one that we're gonna pick, unless for what random whatever reason I want. Yeah, thanks for the help, Shellborg. I haven't played games like this before, so it helps me, because this is gonna... I don't really enjoy picking these choices, so or I have difficulty picking these choices because of the kind of... It's not even a role-playing aspects, right? It's just having your character be the goody two-shoes. Right. So, what do we have? Lawful evil, an objective worth pursuing, but it would be better to refrain from secret murder. There are many ways to arrange death while keeping within the boundaries of the law and decency. Nice. That answer is not too terrible. So we're gonna go with that. Jethal says, it is much more difficult to accomplish this in Kyonin than in the River Kingdoms. Jethal cringes. But you're correct, I have learned a lesson from my past, and I will be more careful in the future. Do you have family in Kyonin? Anyone who is dear to you? You mean someone I would hesitate to sacrifice? Perhaps my daughter? I would regret the wasted effort. The creature turned out quite well, like a properly trained dog or well-managed horse. Awful person. Is exile your only punishment for murder? For an elf, Jethal says pointedly, exile is a serious punishment. There's no other Kyonin in this world. Even I, who despises its hypocrisy, must admit as much. How did you die, and what happened after? Gaethel frowns. I don't remember my death. I was stunned by the sentence of exile, and I admit I showed weakness. I wandered aimless, absorbed in despair, without concern for my safety or sustenance. And then, I remembered desolate rocks, a stone I lay upon, a convulsion passing not only through my whole body, but through my soul. Then I awakened, cold, calm, my body overwhelmed with strength, but haunted by a strange internal silence. Oh, she just fucking died. Stopped caring and just rot away or something. I don't know. Gilbert says, remember that you are playing a character that is not necessarily you. Your choices won't ruin your relationship with your companions unless you consistently pick options that they would clearly object to. Nice. The game gives you a lot of leeway to balance your morals and keep your alignment however you want it. Right. That's the thing. When I play games, I usually play... I don't play it like my own personality and how I function. I'm more playing it towards what I find the most often, right? I'm a bit chaotic like that most often I choose the goody two-choose options because that's the way I think about morality and the world and whatnot. Not necessarily what I would have said or done, but what I wanted to have said or done as an idealized version of myself. Just thinking purely from abstract morals that is not connected to the real world, but only in the abstract. Yeah. And I am grateful, though, for telling me that your choices won't ruin your relationships with your companions. I mean, some of the chaotic characters might not like me then. No, but we have leeway to move around. Gitinotab says, it is a pretty bad way to go. It is a good way to get people to say something to stop torture. But usefulness of that something may be on par with Inspirabot. Oh, you mean torturing would be a bad way to go? It is a good way to get people to say something to stop the torture. Oh yeah, exactly. But the usefulness of that is something that may be on par with Inspirabot. Maybe. I would assume it's a little bit more useful than that, calling it in on tap, just a tiny bit more useful. But still, yeah. And if you, oh man, I was watching a video about Taoism yesterday. And I'm curious about Taoism, how it is very similar to like the Buddhist and Hinduist ways, right? And I am curious how achievable Taoism really is. Because Taoism is kind of enjoy what you're doing, like the real aspect, right? So you could, the Taoist perspective, right? If you want information from someone in this situation, it would be, you would find enjoyment of learning who this person is and how they think and what they are and all this stuff. You could derive enjoyment from just getting to know this person and then saying the right things to get them to spill the beans or whatever. You could enjoy that process without resorting to doing anything painful, right? Hilberg says torture is notoriously bad at getting truthful answers, but if it were completely useless, then we wouldn't use it at all, right? That's the thing, right? I've heard that from so many places that torture is notoriously bad at getting truthful answers. However, I feel like that statement is always hearsay, like either way, because I have not seen any statistical studies at how well torture works, and I never will, right? So making clear-cut statements about if torture is gonna work or not is always an abstract, and you reason about it. You kind of learn psychology in general, how people work, and then you kind of have to imply it from previous knowledge without being capable of saying for a fact how well it's gonna work or not work. There are probably, I mean, there are probably places like, what's that place? Guantanamo, that they do science and try it out and figure out what are the best torture methods to get truthful answers and whatnot. So there probably exists science to do the most useful ways of torture, but yeah. I do have some ethical issues. Yeah, I do have some ethical issues with doing all that stuff. Just a few problems with it. Well, Gittin Tab says, like, if a terrorist is tortured to get a bomb location out of them, they surely give some location, but it would not be... I would not bet on the bomb being there. Exactly, Colgittin Tap. And it depends on the person as well, Colgittin Tap. Like, one person might just give up the bomb like that, and another would never. It doesn't matter what you do, right? Olgitino Tab says, it is not completely useless, exactly. It feeds torturers' violence fantasy. Oh man, that's a good point. The people who become torturers are pretty fucked up people, right? They strive on hurting other people and feel good, so... Yay, I guess. Alright, there were bloody prints of bone feet on the stone next to me, and the sign of the goddess. A battle scythe lay nearby. That was the first and last time I heard Urgatoa's voice. Oh man, I can't help but think about the critical role Ukuthoa, which is something completely different, but it sounds... I'm assuming that the name is kind of inspired by, maybe? Or maybe Ukuthoa is their own thing in D&D lore. I don't fucking know. I heard Urgatoa's voice. She spoke but 3 words. Hail the Inquisitor. That is all. He has neither addressed me nor answered my pleas ever since. The Inquisitor? I will not bother you with the story of how I tried to comprehend my new condition. Soon I had a chance to put my new powers to a test. A group of my kin had tracked me through the woods. They were insolent and would pay dearly for this. But I had to reckon how I might free myself from their persistent chase. A powerful protector from among the short-lived could help me, and the Sword Lord seemed suitable. That is all. Lots of reading. Lots of reading. Whew. Alright. Tell me about your birthplace. I hope you do not ask from idle curiosity. Kinda? Kinda do. Well, that's me, not my character. Why does my character ask? Do I care? No. No, my character doesn't have an intent. My character just asks because those are the choices we have. That's the game. Teonin is the birthplace of the elves. The other races are allowed to visit within reasonable limits, usually only as far as Greengold. That's somewhere we're gonna go, probably. The port city of Green Gold is the second largest settlement in Kaonin. Ah, a port city, so it is for trade. That is the enclave for half-breeds and the short-lived. A whim of our queen. I enjoyed going there sometimes as to a wild beast show. Beyond this caricature of a city, Kaonin is a mixture of grandeur and sad remains of ancient glory. Next to today's graceful dwellings lie the ruins of ancient monuments and fountains. Elves prefer to live in small groups in secluded settlements. The most outgoing and ambitious live in the capital of Iadara. Daily life is filled with the efforts of 100-year-old infants seeking worthy goals, 1,000-year-old stony cynics entertaining themselves howsoever they can. Yeah. Stony, yeah. That is all. It's scarcely worth mentioning that even this gloom is far more tempting than anything one finds in the land of the short-lived. Gotta say, the writing, it's fine, but the writing in general feels very exposition-y. It feels very exposition-y with just some, right? There's a bunch of exposition and they throw in even like it's scarcely worth mentioning that even this gloom is far more tempting. It doesn't feel like something a character would say. It's more like, oh, this is the attitude of the character and we're gonna present it in our exposition-y type of writing. I don't know if I necessarily mind it. It's just yeah, I don't know how I feel about the writing. It gets a little bit repetitive. I guess the world building is more important than the actual writing. The prose, if you will. Yeah, it's lacking a lot of prose. Well, you do not tap says... It was pretty funny in Pasila when they got someone from USA to torture... They got someone from USA to torture a terrorist. After they got the location, the precinct captain ordered to investigate that location. Then the pasty said that he is a humanitarian and opposes torture and says that it does not give reliable information. To prove his point, he started to torture the terrorist to get him to say that the bomb location was in a different location. He quickly agreed and gave the new location to the precinct captain, not getting the point, ordered to investigate the new location. That sounds pretty funny. Yeah, calling it in a tap. Pretty funny. Kjellberg says, as you know, Bob, I will explain something you should already know. Exactly. Well, I added the Bob. Alright, enough talking about your past. As you wish. What's it like to be undead? Yeah. Oh wow, another series of questions here. Yeah, long conversation. Do you wish to know what it means to me personally, or what powers and limitations it imposes? Both. Do you regret not being alive anymore? Shadow passes over Jathel's face. You surely know how to ask questions, she says. She says nothing for a long time. Two desires led me through life. To feel pleasure time and time again. To achieve perfection. And to achieve perfection. Unlife brought me closer to the second. I am changeless, torn from time. The chaos of the world and even the soul circle have no power over me. But everything comes with a price. Most things that brought me pleasure in life are meaningless to me now. How can I decide which is better? That's a good question. All right. So we have, there is no purpose in living only for yours. Oh shit, here we go. This is going to be a difficult choice because either we go to neutral good or chaotic evil. No, chaotic neutral. No, chaotic evil. Yeah, because we, at the moment, we are in lawful good. Which means we do want to move. Wait. Well, chaotic neutral or chaotic evil will move us in the same direction, right? No. Evil is going to keep us... No? Evil is going to move us down, and down is where we want to go. Chaotic neutral is going to move us... Since both are moving us towards chaos, but neutral and evil both move us in the same direction, right? So both of these are equivalent, are they? That's the thing I wanted to look up. If these two choices are equivalent, or if the evil choice is going to move me further than the neutral choice. If we're just talking down towards... Yeah, down. Winpa Dumpling says perfection is unachievable. You can only ever approach closer and closer. Like an asymptote. Yeah, exactly. Perfection, but it is... for perfectionists, it is a goal, right? There is some... They have a clear mind of something to strive towards. And that's why I like abstract ideas. It's the same with ideologies, right? Never try to implement an actual ideology. However, use the ideology to have a goal for something to move towards. Yeah. You have something to approach and getting closer and closer. But yeah, true perfection is just an abstract idea and will never ever happen. Delberg says, your companions have a lot to say, and not a lot of it is interesting. I apologize to the fictional characters of Kingmaker, but Owlcat definitely learned from their mistakes and made them more interesting characters in Wrath of the Righteous. Nice. Good to know. If you're lawful neutral, you should be avoiding chaotic answers. Yeah, but... Right. We're gonna make choices from where I am and where I want to be, right? And I don't want to be good, and I am good. So right now... One of the most important things is to move down to get to neutral. Neutral, that is. Or lawful neutral, I mean. We want to move to lawful neutral, which means we are good and we are lawful. So the most important thing is to move downwards towards the neutral. Yeah, towards lawful neutral. And both chaotic neutral and evil would move us in that direction. Let me just... Alright, let's search here. Kingmaker... Alignment... And movement system. Like, I want to know how that system works. Yeah, the alignment system works. And someone explain to me. Presented visually, imagine. Yeah. Where would you go? I believe there's a setting in Toy Box that prevents the alignment from changing. No. Someone get -5 here? Weird. Right. Traditional D&D alignment, 2 independent axes. Yeah, exactly. Like, how strong is the movement? Yeah. I know that I want to move directly towards that spot, but how far do I move? I feel like this doesn't really answer. Alignment shifts. Like this. Kelberg says you should expect that each answer moves you the same amount towards evil and chaotic, if it is a chaotic evil answer. But your best bet is to just pick the answer you feel is best. No, that's what I've decided not to do. I'm not going to pick the answers that I feel best, because that's not my goal in playing this game. I'm going to play the mechanics. I don't decide what the character does. The alignment is going to make that. The system is going to decide my choices for me, which is a new way for me to play the game. But to be able to do that, I need to understand how the system works. Yeah. You can see the movement of your alignment changes on your character's alignment chart. Yeah, but that's not going to be good enough to figure out this myself. Someone else probably has tested my question out. Because my question is, right, if we're just looking, if they move the same amount of, like, if the movement is equally long, these two are equivalent, and then I could just pick my favorite. But if they are not equivalent, then I would want to pick chaotic evil over chaotic neutral. Because it's the diagonal. It's the same diagonal for both of these. Or is it? Yeah. Because there are two axes, right? A neutral answer puts me down towards neutral. And so does an evil answer. It puts me down towards neutral. How much do they move? Do the evil choice move me further down than the neutral one does? I don't know. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to know. All right. Let's see. Evil versus the neutral choice kingmaker. Maybe that's what I need to search for. Alignment choices. Oh, is this what I'm looking for? No. Oh, this is just a list of places where we can manipulate our... Polgitino tab says, if movement is equally long, you'd rather pick the chaotic evil because it's a better direction. No, it's the same direction, Colgitino tab. Yeah. It's the circle. I can't wait. Can we look at the alignment ring? All right, let's open, and we have Kingmaker alignment ring. Can we just look? My problem is that, wait, what the fuck? Here we go. I am up here. Right? This is where I'm at. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit. But I'm here somewhere. I want to go down here. So an chaotic evil choice moves me this direction towards chaotic evil. A chaotic neutral... Oh! I do want to use chaotic evil because it's not the same direction. It is not the same direction because chaotic neutral is over here. I was thinking about it wrong. It is not the same direction. So I do want to use chaotic evil because... since I am in good, it's more important to me to move downwards than rather than moving towards lawful, because I'm already in lawful. Sure, we want to make sure that we pick lawful decisions later, but right now it's more important to pick evil or neutral answers. And evil would always be a better choice because evil moves us further down towards lawful neutral. I was thinking about it all wrong, yeah. I was thinking that neutral is over here, so that lawful, a chaotic neutral would move us this direction as well. But it doesn't. It moves us over this way, not this way. So, yeah, I was... Yeah. You're right, Colgate on tap. It is a better direction. Ah. Silberg says, I cannot say they're equivalently long, but I can say that you're worried more about going down, then you should pick the evil answer. Yeah, exactly. Because you can always course correct yourself with answers later on. Exactly. That's my point. I had my my conception and my idea of what I wanted to go. I didn't fully understand what I wanted to do, but I think I understand the system, and now we have very clear answers of what I want to do. The answers are clear to me now. Evil is more important at the moment than not being chaotic. We don't want to be chaotic, but this is the choice that I want to be making for the sake of my rule set for how my character is gonna behave. Olgiton Tab says chaotic evil moves you more towards evil and less away from lawful. Exactly. Exactly. So you've become powerful, that's all that matters. It is much better than the life of ordinary mortals, and even elves. Here we go. Yethel says I would prefer to have both, but meanwhile I shall have to content myself with power. There you go. Alright, how do healing spells and prayers and potions affect you? We already know this, but we're gonna ask anyway, so there we go. Dreadfully, of course. Your healers had better stay away from me in battle. The undead are healed through interacting with negative energy, and I can perfectly manage that on my own. Nice, good to know. You don't need to sleep, right? I'm spared from that bothersome need, but I hope you do not take this as a reason to invent additional responsibility to entertain me during the night. I spend this time meditating and addressing the goddess. There you go. What about, carnal pleasures? Tactless and facile question. That pleasure is now as senseless to me as food or wine. Action without feeling. Ethel cringes. Thank you, I have no more questions about this. Apparently not. Tell me about your goddess. Oh wow. Lot of questions here as well. Polgitino Tab says, was it a rhetorical question? Oh shit. What question was that? Probably, maybe, maybe not. Was it me who asked a question? If I asked a question, probably, because I don't remember looking for an answer. Oh, I already knew the answer. No, I wanted to double check, right? See what she has to say about it. But it's just the same as before, right? A lot of exposition. We've already learned this, but... Oh, no, where was it? Yeah. We've already learned, since we were paying attention to what was happening in the game, we were learning that undead creatures, we cannot just heal undead creatures the normal way. You would want to do inflict wounds, right? I think you want to inflict wounds on an undead character if you want to use them in combat, instead of cure or whatever. We did, however, learn something new, so we didn't know the answer. We did learn that she can do that on herself. She has some... Yeah, she can heal herself in battle, so that's fine. It's a self-sufficient character in... Or you can make it into a self-sufficient character in combat, so she can kind of move away from the line and maybe hunt the enemy back line or whatever. Yathal would probably be good for doing that, if we're just thinking about the combat and the gameplay. Hello, Roostercock. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Roostercock says there's no chicken on the screen. 0 out of 10 stream. Unfollowed, reported. Oh, it's that type of day, eh? Too bad. If you have a little bit of patience, maybe you'll get to see a chicken later, or maybe not. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Roostercock, and I guess never see you again. Bye? Roostercock says, I better. Delberg says there's a bear rug on the screen. There is indeed. That's no chicken. Alright, where were we? We passed this check. Sweet. It might sound strange, but I know less than others about Urgatoa and her faith. My transformation into her Inquisitor was unexpected, but I will answer to the best of my knowledge. What do you know of Urgatoa herself? Oh, certainly. Urgatoa was once a mortal woman, basking in the life and the pleasures it had to offer. Her passion was so strong that Urgatoa rebelled against Pharasma. Who's that again? Mother of Souls, Grey Lady, Lady of Graves. Oh, right. As the shepherd. Against death itself and its laws. After her own death, she escaped the power of the Lady of Graves and returned to the world as a goddess, and the first undead. Since then, she has protected all who submit their souls to pleasure and passion, paying no heed to worn-out mortals that dictates of law. It's interesting then that the undead don't feel anything. No pleasure or passion. The weird fucking goddess. Yeah. Golgotino Tab says in Tome, undead characters can't use nature gifts, and nature gifts can heal undead. Yeah, it's similar to this game, Golgotino Tab. Silberg says, dang, another Tome player? Never thought I'd see one in the wild. I played Tome. I thought it was fine. I got a little bit... I felt like the character building system was fantastic in Tome. Yeah, the character building, I mean the mechanics, right? Your capabilities with your character, skills and spells and all of that stuff was fucking amazing, but the actual gameplay of moving about and playing the actual game, sure, the combat was fine, but the exploration and decision making, where to go and whatnot, what to do, was all a little bit, I don't know, it didn't super grab me, which was unfortunate because, like I said, character building was pretty damn fantastic, and like the leveling, yeah, the leveling up aspect seemed fantastic, but might give Tome another go one of these days. Well, I'll probably, the next time I feel like playing a game in similar to that, I'll probably play DCSS though, right? Yeah, maybe go back to Tome someday in the future, but probably DCSS before that. So it's gonna be a while. Alright, what does it mean to be an Inquisitor of Urgatoa? Yeah, I was wondering about that as well. What do you mean, Inquisitor? I mean, I am a big fan of free and open source software, so I kind of feel that I have not in my life played enough free and open source software. I gotta start doing that way more. Hilberg says, the overmap exploration isn't great. Yeah, exactly. You really just need to play it enough to know the order of the zones you need to explore. Yeah, exactly. And that becomes very... It's gonna be very repetitive, right? Hilberg? Maybe? I don't even know. Maybe when you have learned... Maybe I could play Tome and just follow a guide, just go here, go here, go here, and get a linear kind of route of where I could go. And maybe I would enjoy that. Like, imagine Path of Exile, right? Path of Exile, you know where to go, right? When you've played it enough, you just know where to go, and you just follow that linear line, and you level up and start the grinding and whatnot. Maybe Tome is similar to that. And it could be, you could treat it similarly. Pretty neat. Selberg says, it is repetitive, but each character has a slightly different path you need to follow depending on your build. Oh. Golgotino Tab says also not having shopping lists suck. I just ignore shops in Tome because dealing with them is too much work. Oh, that's pretty nice. I felt like shopping as well was, but I don't know about this. Who knows? But I did not play a lot of Tome. Yeah, I did not play a lot of it. Like maybe 10 hours actual playtime, maybe less. I have to say actual playtime because you may have noticed I'm not moving through games very fast. Like, sure, I'm moving through the game, but take some time. Silberg says, I have a shopping list mod for Tome. Oh, there you go. So there are shopping lists called GitInnoTap. You could get shopping lists. Fantastic. Right, this question is more complicated than it seems. An inquisitor is by its nature the most zealous defender of their faith. I feel like the name Inquisitor is a bad name, because that's not how I would go about defining Inquisitor. If I just heard the word Inquisitor, I would what I hear is the one who asks questions. Someone who makes inquisitions. The hand of their goddess in mundane affairs. When I received this title and power, I expected Urgathoa would tell me my mission, but this never happened. The goddess remains silent. There's only one reasonable explanation I can imagine. Discovering what is expected of me is part of my mission. So I reflect on this, make my prayers, and wait for a sign. Does Urgathoa feud with the other gods? Not Urgathoa, but Pharasma still tries to call her to order, and Sarenrae to heal her. Gaethel laughs at the absurdity. Volgit Intercept says, interesting, do you have a link for the mod? And Shellberg provides. That's very kind of you, Shellberg. Yeah. Oh, Tome is on Steam? Didn't even know Tome was on Steam. Is it free to play on Steam? Did it not have similar problems to... Oh shit, I spell that. Can I even just search for Tome? I don't think so. Yeah. I don't remember what it stands for. Tales of... I don't fucking know. Tales of Maj Eyal. Right. I'm terrible with names. Tales of Maj... That's the one. Wait, it is not free to play, but they managed to put it up for sale anyways. Yeah, remember some other game... Some other open source game wanted to put themselves on sale, but because of licensing, it was kind of... They were in a problematic situation. Was it 0AD? I think it was 0AD that had difficulty putting themselves on Steam or whatever. And I'm a cheap motherfucker, so... Oh, man. If I just, if I just pick this one, Tales of Majijal, does it come automatically with the DLC as well? I'm assuming it does. It depends on how it has been packaged, but I would assume that packages does include DLC, right? DLC of special add-ons that can be acquired by spending... Oh. Maybe it doesn't. Oh, which you do gain when you donate to support the game. So it probably is not here. This is probably only the base game in my repo. Interesting. Tommy's on Steam for $5. Yeah, there we go. Roostercock says for 0AD, there was another company putting the game on Steam without the developer's permission. I remember that, yeah. Fucking dicks. I do not think it has DLCs. I mean, it says so. It said so right here. It's my Majidal DLC. Forbidden Cults, Embers of Rage, and Ashes of Urrok. Tilburg says I bought it on Steam because I enjoyed it enough that I wanted to support it. Yeah. Should have bought it on their own website, but I wanted the Steam integration. I mean, you could just import non-Steam game into Steam, but... man, I would probably do the same, Shellberg. Yeah, I would probably do the same. Steam version is actually just straight up donation. You get the donation rewards for buying the game on Steam. The only bad thing is that you're donating money to Valve as well, right, Shellberg? Yeah. That's the con. The benefit is that it's all integrated to Steam, and you get access to the Steam mods, I suppose. Can you import it as a non-Steam game and use the Steam community mods? I don't know. I'm not a big modder. Would that work? Oh, you mean the package does not have DLC? Oh, of course, yeah. I would assume the same, yeah. This package does not have the DLC. Actually, there's probably a note of that if we'll look. Not any notes about DLCs. What was the DLC called? Like we had Forbidden Cults. Let's just search for the word forbidden. I didn't see anything, and I don't see anything forbidden either. About add... no. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure you're right. It's probably just a base game, no DLC. Alright. You and Tristan seem to not get along. Do we? Yaethel idly brushes invisible dust from her sleeve. He bothers me no more than any overzealous fool. He's tried so dearly to redeem me with his faith. I know a few sweet ways to redeem him with mine. What does Urgathoa require of her followers? Good question. What do you believe? Kilberg says, I don't think you can use the Steam mods without the Steam version, but I might be wrong. There might be a way to extract them if you're clever. Oh, yeah. You're right. There's probably a way to do it if you're clever, but there would be some extra work. While if you have the Steam version, you can just, boom, integrate like that. And something tells me as well that a lot of these modders maybe have Steam integration, and maybe they do release a non-Steam integration version of mods as well. Tilburg says, but most Steam mods have non-Steam versions, so you should be good either way. Yeah, that's... oh, right, exactly what I thought. Right, to enjoy, to taste exquisite dishes, to feel the lover's caress, and drink the enemy's suffering. A wonderful religious obligation, isn't it? Yeah. That's why I'm so confused about the undeath thing, if you can't do any of those things in your undeath. Oh, maybe undeath. You do all these things in life, and then you become the undead and become a... yeah, you start serving Urgathoa and serve the people who do these things. Make sure that they... yeah, you help the living, maybe? Because Yaethal themselves cannot do this. Why is the cult of Urgathoa forbidden in much of Golarion? Because the Golarion is plagued by narrow-minded cowards. Some tremble at the freedom granted by Urgathoa. Others fear the wrath of Pharasma and her priests. Enough about this for now. What made you follow me? Yeah, you just kind of showed up, didn't you? Curiosity. The need for a reliable ally. You see, I must come to understand what my goddess seeks from me. Ugathoa gave me the powers of Inquisitor without declaring her will to me. I await her reply, I await her reply, any hint or trace or clue, and I suppose our meeting were no mere accident. Besides, Yaethel cringes. I imagine that several Ionin assassins still pursue me. They never risk attack me while I was under the patronage of the Aldori. They are unlikely to attack while I have reliable allies like you. Volgitunotav says, well, at least Valve does not send Pinkertons after customers. I do not have that big an issue of supporting them. That's a good point, Volgitunotav. They do not. Also, they have spent a lot of money and effort to make Linux gaming be the thing that it is today, and I don't have a big issue supporting that either. Delberg says, as an undead, you continuously chase those pleasures in life, but you can never fully achieve them. Oh, but she couldn't achieve anything at all, right? Delberg? An undead believer of Ugathoa chases these pleasures, but can never fully achieve. I must have misunderstood. Or she said she couldn't feel anything, right? It doesn't do anything for her. Volgitinotab says that Proton is pretty neat. It is, yeah. Proton is pretty damn neat. Yeah. I think my go-to thing nowadays... Well, not the epic stuff, but like GOG stuff, rather than maybe I was thinking of maybe getting the Heroic launcher or whatever. Maybe I should just import games into Steam and try them out with Proton as the first step to see if I can get those games to work. I don't even know. Hilberg says Jaethal cannot achieve the pleasures she seeks, but she still seeks them because she remembers them from her life. Oh. I get it now. She's failing, but it becomes deeper. That's why part of the mission is figuring out what to do, because Ugathoa herself doesn't know how to get these pleasures as the first undead. So Ugathoa's holy mission is probably to get the undead to experience this. That's the goal, for everybody to have excess. Deceased? I don't know. But like, to, yeah, live in gluttony forever, in life and unlife. Live in gluttony forever. Get these things. Seek them. Achieve them. Get better and better. Right, I think I get the goddess makes more sense to me now. Hello, Elpikutka, nice to see you again. How are you doing today? I tried that. For a moment, Steam thought I owned such game on Steam. The game I added was listed twice. Once the external game I added, once normal if I owned it on Steam too. Wait. You tried to use Proton, is that what you're saying, for games from other places? I mean, I have done that more than once, and it has worked fine. For a moment, Steam thought I owned such game on Steam. That has never happened to me, though. Yeah, it was listed twice. Oh, that's pretty neat, because if you can manage to do that, Alpikutka, then you could bring the Steam game in, and like as if you did own it, you could use the Steam mods. Yeah. The mod infrastructure in Steam. That would be neat. Another says, I think Valve is a great company. Steam is a great platform. I agree. They're not perfect by any means, like nothing is. Yeah. But I haven't seen anything bad that was really that bad. I mean, it's pretty bad that Valve can't count. That's pretty bad, but it's not like bad from an ethics standpoint or whatever, right? It's just that, wait, you can't count to 3? What the fuck is wrong with you? Have you not gone to school? Yeah, go back to school. But it was funny when it popped up in my head, but I feel like the delivery was pretty damn terrible, but Abigatka says Pillars of Eternity from Epic. Added it on Steam and asked to launch it with Proton, then suddenly Pillars of Eternity appeared from my games list too, as I had it on Steam. I think I bought Pillars of Eternity on Steam, but I've actually considered to give it back because I got it for free, I think, as well on Epic. Hilberg says, and Pharasma opposes Urgathoa because Pharasma believes that each mortal must travel to their own proper plane upon death, whether that be the abyss for chaotic evil people or heaven for lawful good people. Urgathoa wishes to bypass that entirely and constantly seeks to try and experience the pleasures of life forever in excess. Holy shit, this Urgathoa character goddess seems pretty damn neat. Yeah, pretty fucking neat. Yeah, chaotic evil they call her, right? I'm assuming chaotic. Yeah. Fulgitunotab says, sure, they have their own issues, but they are heroes among slimy sacks of testicles. I like that, yeah. Heroes among slimy sacks of testicles. Right, but why do these assassins follow you? I don't know. Can't have been sent by the Queen. I'm a branded outlaw, but my punishment was exile. And it is not custom for elves to contravene their own verdicts. My attackers shouted something about threat and blood. I suppose they are a splinter group of feeble-minded zealots, or someone on a quest for personal revenge. Ah. Another one says, if I have a choice, I'm buying games on a Linux supporting platform. Yeah. GOG have a seemingly anti-Linux ever since the backlash about The Witcher 2. Yeah, well, they've been a bit anti-Linux, but they actually do, and I've bought games on GOG that comes with a shell script that sets the game up for you, so it's not... I mean, some anti-Linux sentiments has been there, right? But at the same time, I don't even know. For instance, also GOG claims to be DRM-free, yet they have a proprietary multiplayer DRM platform called GOG Galaxy. Yeah, that does not, right? And that's a big thing, right? GOG Galaxy does not work on Linux, and they have no plans on making it work on Linux. But it is something that I find interesting, is that something that has bothered me a little bit, is that both Epic and GOG games can be played with the Heroics game launcher, right? And they can be launched from that. But Steam games, you can't just import Steam games into the Heroic launcher, which... that bothers me a little bit, because I wish Valve had some, like, open an API or whatever like that, so you could make your own front end where all the games could be in one front end. Preferably an open source one. Oh, Urgathoa is neutral evil. Oh, there is no chaos or lawfulness. There is only the goal. Yeah, she doesn't care for law or chaos. But undead are by nature evil, therefore Urgathoa is also evil. undead being evil is just a thing that happens in the universe unless the undead is really different from other undead. Yeah. I mean, this alignment system in this game, we've talked quite a bit about it, and I've reckoned, yeah, it doesn't hold the lawful and chaos, the good and evil, right? It doesn't hold any relevance in the real world, because our real world works nothing like this game. It's a fantasy game, right? It's a fantasy game. Another one says that GOG Galaxy is required to play certain games online. That's pretty stupid, yeah. Fuck that. You could, however, argue that Steam is required for to play certain games online. You could argue, well, you could use the Goldberg emulator, but you're still given an emulator. You have to emulate Steam to be able to kind of do it, right? And there are probably ways, maybe there are emulators that emulates GOG Galaxy. But yeah, either way, it's something I would prefer to be without. Yeah, and Steam CMD. I wonder, though, why, like, there is a way to get Steam games like that, but why don't they implement it in the Heroics games launcher? I wonder if they have... Actually, I'm curious now. We go to... It is the Heroic, right? Heroic Games Launcher. I think that's what it's called. Oh, do I have to go to... Frequently asked questions, yeah. Main features and more info. Alright, I think I need JavaScript for this webpage. Alright. GOG Epic Games. Also available in the Steam Deck. So, Steam. That not a frequently asked questions? What about Valve? Like, why Epic and GOG but not Steam? I feel like Steam would be the big one, right? To bring into a system like this. Also, the Ethereum. Oh, here you go. That's what I was talking about. Game Launcher Manager replacement for Steam. Yeah, exactly. But this one does not have Epic and GOG. Still end up in the same problem that you have two different programs to launch games from. Graphical user interfaces. If you wanted to use graphical user interfaces. I mean, there's Lutris, but Lutris doesn't really work that way because Lutris is just gonna launch Steam to play a game. This is pretty neat, but I would probably just stick with Steam rather than use Ethereum at this point. Ogitino Tab says, it seems pretty good. Unfortunately, it does not seem to have auto-travel to the relevant shop, but a great improvement to the base game. Well, just like we were talking about Colgitino Tab, you learn where to go, right? And you can, over time, you learn where all the stuff is. And that's kind of par for the core for Tome, isn't it? Maybe. Hilberg says the alignment chart isn't perfect, but it's good enough for fantasy that contains pantheon of gods and their divine servants that all have no idea what mortality is like. Right? And it's a fantasy world, right? A fantasy world does not have to... We call it fantasy for a reason, right? They can create a world that functions way differently from our own. And that's one benefit of the genre itself, that you can make your own world and just figure out what happens in a world like this. One of the reasons I like the fantasy genre, because it's like, oh, it's not our world. So what if this? Nodron says, actually, it is the developer implementing DRMs in their games, not Steam. Yeah, I know, you've told me that before, Nodrunner, but functionally, it's still the same, right? For me, the user, it doesn't matter. And I'm assuming, like you said, there are some games that you have there where GOG is required. There are some games in Steam where Steam is required, and I feel like, for me, the user, same. But is it GOG themselves that implement that, or is it the developer that implements that? Big difference. Nodrunner points out that there are Steam games that just work without Goldberg. I would imagine that most games hopefully would work without Goldberg. Tilburg says, as a Windows Steam user, it might be because Steam games are actually launched from the Steam client directly. Any Steam game shortcut just launches Steam and tells it to launch the game that you want. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm talking about. I would prefer my storefronts not do that. Now you're dependent on their software. But for now, of all the launchers I've seen, Steam is my favorite. By far. Of all the ones I've played around with and looked around. Both... yeah, like in a balanced manner, because I feel like I approach these questions balanced, right? There is a modicum of ethics considered in the thing, and then Steam ends up pretty high on that list, right? Steam itself is not free and open source, and that's unfortunate. I would really like if it became free and open source, but... I mean, Steam does a lot of stuff that is free and open source, and do a lot of benefit to the free and open source. Like, they have a very similar attitude. Like the Steam Deck, they just published, this is our design, this is how we do the Steam Deck. Here, make one yourself, they say to other companies. And I think that's a very open kind of attitude, which I'm a big fan of. Also, I think that the Steam client has been very useful, and yeah, I like using it. I'm looking forward to trying out the beta, and hopefully I'll like it even more. Noro says that it is the developer in both cases. My point is that GOG isn't the DRM-free haven we wished and hoped it would be and stay. Yeah, and that's kind of an important point to make, that they kind of did claim to be that, right? That was kind of what they were doing, the GOG. Good old games, DRM-free, that was kind of what they pretended to be, just like OpenAI pretended to be an open company. Which is, I would agree that they... I'm with you in throwing them more scorn, or more rage, more anger, and telling them to... well, telling them, fuck you guys, because... Steam never pretended to be DRM-free, but... yeah. Functionally, it's the same problem, but one of them kind of lied to us, right? Fucking liars. Or turned themselves. They turned their past selves into liars. Right? We are gonna have... these are the ideological ideas we're founding this company on, and then we're just gonna throw them away, which kind of tells you that these people are not to be trusted. Yeah, these people are not to be trusted. Tilburg says, as much as I want to tell Steam that it sucks for being a monopoly, I can't complain about the features it gives everyone who wants to use it. Exactly. Type says, sure, it is learnable, but it was more that after I check shopping lists for what I want, I need to get to the overworld, then go to the correct town, and then shop in that town with knowing where everything is. Oh, yeah, it's not quite as comfortable as fast travel. Indeed, Type. However, I would imagine there is a mod for that as well, Type, right? Because, like you say, it's a hassle and quality of life would be like a fast travel system for that, and I would imagine that it exists. Nodon says that GOG might have gone a little DRM happy because all of their games are available for free download online. Hmm. They're still liars or bending the truth? Yeah, but bending the truth is a form of lying. Yeah, exactly. Well, no, what they are is an oath breaker. And we learned in this game, what happens to oath breakers is they fucking die. I feel like that's a better descriptor, right? They are an oath breaker. Or do they still claim to be DRM free? If they still claim to be DRM free, then they are lying or bending the truth or whatever. But if that's a claim they did in the past, if they don't make that claim anymore, which I would assume that they don't, then they're just an oath breaker. Which, well, just an oath breaker. I don't know if that's very, very just. Unintended? I don't even know how that pun would have worked out, because it wasn't intended. Tilburg says, besides you can't fast travel because you've got a mana bar and you have to avoid the cigarette patrols. Could you have, like, fast travel, like a passing fast travel? Type says it could pause fast travel when there is something hostile. In LOS? DCSS does that. There you go. Tilburg says it actually does that, though. You press Z, then the game will stop when you spot an hostile entity. Line of sight, thank you. Yeah, I should have known, because I've seen line of sight many times and used it myself many times, but just was drawing a blank. So thank you. Oh, they actually do claim it. So they are straight out liars then. Puts gamers first and respect their need to own games. RM. Oh, there we go. Ah, there we go. Handpicking the best in gaming, a selection of great DRM-free games, from modern hits to all-time classics that you really shouldn't miss. Yeah. Well, yeah, bending of the truth, right? It's, well, let's call it what it is. Dishonest. Maybe it's a better way of talking about it. It's dishonest. If they have getting more and more DRM happy, then this shouldn't be a thing, right? They're kind of, yeah, dishonest, and they didn't take an oath. What do you call an oath breaker that didn't take an oath? Like, is there a good word for that? Like someone who changes their mind and just do something differently than what they have kind of presented themselves as before? Is it just dishonest? Or is there a fancy word? I like the word oath breaker, but that would imply taking an oath at the get-go. Thanks for the conversation. Farewell. Turncoat. Oh, I like that. Turncoat. Turncoat is more of like changing sides in a conflict, right? Which is kind of what they did, right? There's a conflict between people who dislike DRM and people who like DRM, and they made a turncoat thing. Kinda. Maybe? Curious. What if we just do turn... Shit, I can't spell. Turncoat. Fat fingering all over the place. Yeah, traitor. There we go. One who traitorously switches allegiance. You know what? If you take a broad definition of turncoat, that's a pretty good word for it. Thank you, Alpikutka. I like that, a turncoat. Yeah. Forsakes party or principles in... yeah. Hilberg says, I like GOG for being better than other storefronts, but it's still a profit-oriented company. I mean, that's to be expected though, right? Any company is profit-oriented, and that's fine to a point. To a point. I mean, people needs to make money. People do a bunch of stuff to make money, and that's fine that people make money. You can make ethical considerations as well as making money. One does not necessitate the abandonment of the other. Alpikutika says the changing of a political alignment or actual direct war. Yeah, exactly. Political alignment, it can be anything, right? I like that. Like, party could be many things. And principles. That's a good word here. I like that. Oh, we finished talking here. So, let's rob Yathal. Mux. Wonder if I should learn lockpicking.
The path is clear.
Open the door. What do we have in here? Everything is mine. I'm just gonna go into your rooms and loot all your stuff. That's what a good Baroness does. Take all your stuff for myself. Oh, these are taxes. Yeah, I'm just collecting taxes. Beer. Weird. With this in mind, says NodeRunner, I'm not sure why you wouldn't pick Steam, considering GOG might just have DRM on your game anyway, since Steam is a Linux platform, when the parent company of GOG doesn't even release their game, like Cyberpunk and The Witcher 3 for Linux. Yeah, I mean... yeah, like, my comparison when thinking about this is not Steam versus GOG or Steam versus Epic. No, Steam is I hold Steam to such high standards that I compare Steam with Heroic's Games Launcher and Athenium and Lutris and stuff like that. That's when I have to look for problems in Steam, that's the comparison I make. Yeah, not GOG or... so Steam feels like a no-brainer. Oh, well, I mean, there is also the... there is also here, right? We have games here. This is even better, right? We have Tome 4 right here. In the Nix packages. Pros and cons. All over the place. But I feel like Steam is... like, if you have a balance... That's what I was talking about. Balance of ethics and balance of usefulness. Steam is right there at the top if you take all of these things in consideration. And that is why I mostly use Steam. Yeah, that's what I do. Golgitino Tab says... in Tome, yes, but you can't Z into a specific location. It would we need to be able to Z into Or then I shop from the shopping list. Oh, that would be neat. Yeah, Colgate on tap. Tilburg says, I suppose, but I've never had that issue, to be honest. You can always just click where you want to go. Anyway, I'm out of here because I gotta sleep. Yeah. It was nice meeting you. Thanks for the conversation, Tilburg. I had a good time. Sleep well. FlatHub as well has lots of games. Yeah, exactly, No Runner. Bunch of cool stuff. I told myself that I'm not gonna install Flatpak anymore. I want to stick to Nix because I don't want two package managers. It didn't last. Yep. It didn't last. I did install Flatpak anyways. It's a great piece of software, but I'm a lazy motherfucker and I don't want two different... Yeah. I don't want two different... And it's the same, right? That's what I was talking about with the game launchers as well. I don't want multiple game launchers. Especially if I'm gonna have a graphical one, I just want the one, and then just use that. But... one can dream. One can dream.
I've spotted something.
What is this? Did I just stole his war axe in front of him right like that? Good. Good find. Stole your axe. Noran says I run everything I can with Flatpak. I know. I'm too lazy to do that, and... I mean, I'm a fan of security, but I'm also lazy, so... I think we talked to everybody in here, didn't we? We've explored the entire thing. Yeah. Nora says it's so simple. It's less simple than not doing it. You have to, like, do, what? 20 seconds of work, No Runner? You have to do 20 seconds of work once. Maybe, well... something like that. Where do we do the building? Do we do that from the throne room? No, I haven't finished exploring. I haven't finished exploring the outside yet. Shit. Alright, let's go and explore the outside. We didn't explore the main square. I was kind of thinking that maybe building is here, but maybe not. Maybe most of the stuff is going to happen in the throne room as the game progresses. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Alright, so... oh. I didn't see this statue before. Greetings! Oh, here we got an armor smith. We haven't talked to him before. Birdle, a young dwarf, red-haired, neat and surprisingly clean-shaven, stands leaning against a sledgehammer. He's busy reading some book, but as you approach, he looks up and bows slightly. Greetings, your grace. I'm Birdle, a blacksmith. What can I do to help? Tell me about yourself. Says, like, you type Flatpak install Steam, and it asks something like, did you mean this one? And you select yes, and it just installs, and it just works. Or you can use a graphical user interface or something. Oh, we were talking about that. You meant installing. Right. the thing that bothers me there is not the easiness or difficulty of installing, uninstalling stuff. It's that I don't want two of them. That's why I don't like it, because I don't want two of them. If I have a package manager, I want to use that package manager, and I want to use that package manager to do all the managing all my packages. I don't want a second one, because suddenly I have two things that I have to keep track of. Yeah. Two things that I need to keep track of. Also, I did run into problems. Like, you say that it just works, but I remember Flatpak Steam breaking, doing stuff that didn't work for me. Then I installed Steam, second installation of Steam, where stuff worked. Nora says, yeah, like how if you use Nix to manage your system, you want to use Home Manager to manage your home. Wait, no. No, exactly. My home is part of my system, so I use Nix to manage my home as well. Well, I suppose I use Seashell to manage my home. But I use Seashell to manage my Nix. Man, and now we're in an endless loop here. What came first? Well, no, that's not even a loop. Oh. Rooster Cock says, I'm back. Did I miss the chicken? You did miss the chicken. There was definitely a chicken on screen, yeah. No one says, yeah, it was a huge cock. Right, yeah, huge cock. And you missed it. Too bad. Rooster Cock says, damn it. Too bad. But that's it, right? If you snooze, you lose. Shit happens. It's fine. Bertel says, what is there to tell, Your Grace? I'm a blacksmith. My father was a blacksmith. My grandfather was a blacksmith. And his grandfather too. Not his dad, though. Only his grandfather. Besides, every one of them were remarkably fertile. So I have plenty of cousins, second cousins, third cousins, and all of them are blacksmiths too. Pretty much all the weapons in Mivian were forged by someone from our family. That's why I moved away from the old home grounds. My skills are more useful here, that's for sure. Mivian. One of the more stable of the river kingdoms, it began as a refuge for the Aldori sword lords who fled to Rosland during the rule of the Coral the Conqueror. There we go, yeah. You look a little unusual for a dwarf. Racist. Bertel sighs and runs his fingers through his hair. You expect to see a beard, eh? No offense, but what's the point of a beard? It catches the food if you drop it, so you don't make your clean food dirty, and you can store it for later. That's the point of a beard, right? Food storage. Especially when you're a blacksmith and work with fire. You burn it once, dip it into lightning oil, catch a spark from the forge, and your beard is history. You're better off without one. Oh, that's a good point. What are you reading? Bertel looks a little confused. Well, different things. It's nice to take a rest with a good book. Just now is Valor and Honor, 10 Adventures of the Splendid Willis Gunderson in Absalom. Show me what you've got. Didn't the other person have a lot of weapons and armor as well? Mr. Cox says, what's the point of hair? Temperature? Oh, there we go. That's a thing with the beard as well. Like, it helps you retain temperature in those cold winter nights. Maybe? And also headbanging, yeah. Like to let my hair fly. That's a graveyard lyrics. Donor says, for me, I use Nix for command line programs and tend to use Flatpak for graphical user interface applications because I want extra security on on my Steam because I'm not convinced it's actually completely virus-free. And I want security on my browser and my Discord and Spotify because I don't trust any of this stuff. I sound paranoid, but I think it's a healthy amount. I don't think you sound paranoid. I think... I think security is a worthwhile effort. Something to... and... yeah, layers of security, right? The more the better. Or, like, you go as far as you have the energy to go. You can always be more secure. That doesn't... like, you don't trust any of that stuff because, well, in Discord, it doesn't take... well, Discord and Spotify, I mean... you know they track you, right? That's... so... that distrust is well deserved, I feel. Right? And Steam, like a platform, that's also right. Of course, there might be... it only takes one virus to be installed, especially when you have as many games as you do, NodeRunner. It only takes one virus to be virus-infested. And if you can be... yeah, safety first. And... me, so I don't think that sounds paranoid at all. I think it is worthwhile stuff. I have a different approach. I have a different approach because I'm a little bit lazy and about security. I think it's great and all, and I think I do more than the average person, but at the same time, I have a very reproducible operating system. So if shit goes to shit, I can, like, cleanse my computer. Hopefully. Yeah, I could cleanse my computer and just reinstall everything. Hopefully. NixOS is also neat because it keeps the game saves and configs and clutter out of my home and in the Flatpak. That is both a pro and a con for me. A pro and a con. Depending on perspective. Look at that. Mithril full plate +1. Oof. I can't even afford that if I wanted to. Great piece of armor. Right, I feel like vendors are mostly for selling stuff. So, speaking of selling stuff, here you go. I have some hide armors. Actually, let's sort in... I don't want to sell the Dwarven War Axe, no. Not the crowbar either. Wait, the books weigh... oh, these are heavy books. Shit, I don't want to read all these books. I've done a lot of reading today. I don't feel like reading more. I want to move and do stuff, maybe. I'm assuming I don't need this. Don't need that. There is no pipe. Don't need that. I don't think we need a wooden spoon or wooden plate. Wooden mug. I don't think we need a silver medallion. I'm gonna keep the shining shell, though. Don't think we're gonna need it. Maybe I should start keeping the incense as well. No, fuck that. Let's get rid of it. Maybe I should keep the bone necklace. I don't know. Whatever, let's deal. Let's just get rid of some junk. Maybe this will pique your interest. This. Oh, what is this? Spoiler by Philip Christoffersen. That seems like a Norwegian background, maybe, perhaps. Add non-Steam games to your Steam library. Oh, wait, what is this? Select games you want to import into Steam. Oh, you can just log into your Epic Game Store and just import these to Steam? Add non-Steam games to your Steam library. Boiler will show you games from other game platforms in your Steam library. It uses a Steam third-party shortcuts feature that does not require you to set up anything. The goal is that you do not have to leave your Steam library to launch game from other launchers and stores. So that you can find all the games that you want to have available. You can also use Boiler to manually or automatically download custom art from Steam Grid. Oh, this piques my interest. That's a good find. Oh, and this would be... Oh, yeah, this is the flat pack. That's the thing. Does flat packs play nice with the rest of the system, right? If I have a Nix installation of Steam, will this flat pack play nice with that? Or does it require a flat pack installation of Steam? Or does it... Like, if I have a flat pack... Stuff like that has not been pain-free for me. But this program itself, the boiler, seems like it would be something for me. Because says there should be a storage in your keep for things you don't want to carry, but you don't want to sell either. Yes, I think there is another copy. I know there was... Oh no, both of them are in there. I've seen two of them. One in our personal quarters and one in the throne room. I haven't seen any other ones, Alpikutka, yet. But yes, I am going to put stuff in there. And luckily, you get a warning when you leave and go... Like, when you go... Oh man, I didn't get it. Oh, I didn't get it. The puns. Oh, I love me the puns. Steam, boiler. Fantastic. When you leave to go out and about and move around, you actually get a warning and you can just drop it off from there or pick it up from there, which is fantastic. You don't even have to run to the storage if you don't want to. Ah. Yo, all right, something to... I don't know. It's written in Rust. Don't want any rust in our boilers, do we? There's a compatibility table that shows the difference between... Wait. The compatibility table that shows the difference between Steam and Flatpak Steam. Wait, here somewhere? Oh, you mean this one? Boiler can import games from many platforms. But there are limits based on platforms. Alright. No. Yes. No, use heroic or mini... Oh, GOG? GOG doesn't work at all. That's too bad. It works on Windows, but... Damn it. I feel like it's... Yeah, I feel like these two are no different, right? Why both? Oh, there's a difference here. It should work. I don't think that's what it's saying. Wait, integrations. Boiler can import games from many platforms, but there are limits based. I don't know what that means, but right, you can install from the Epic Game Store into from... into Steam on Windows and on Linux. That's what it's saying, right? Saying GOG Galaxy doesn't. Oh, wait, no. Platforms GOG. It's saying GOG Galaxy doesn't work, but it can import from Heroic or Mini Galaxy. Oh! Yeah. Mini Galaxy right here. Heroic Launcher right here. Oh, we've got Legendary. So you get the Heroic Launcher anyways. Right. GOG, it's gotta be GOG Galaxy. Yeah, exactly. Because how else do you get the you need some place to import from, and it can't import from GOG Galaxy, and that is understandable why we have a big fucking no on Linux, because GOG Galaxy does not work on Linux, so implementing this is an impossibility. Yeah. It works with GOG Galaxy. It just doesn't on Linux because we don't have GOG Galaxy on Linux. I see. I get it. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because says GOG says no, but down the list Heroic says yes. Yeah. Because this is GOG Galaxy. You can see when you hold the link, it's a well, you can't see it, but right behind me right here it says https GOG.com/Galaxy, right? So they're not talking about GOG, they're talking about GOG Galaxy. And you can't import from just a website or whatever. You import from an actual application. I understand now. Nora says it would be neat if Boiler had Heroic built in so it could fetch the games and import them into Steam. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would prefer, right? Where you can do the login inside that program or whatever, right? And API, like I use Legendary, for example, and in Legendary, right, you don't have to use, and that's what I would do, right? I would definitely use I would use Heroic Launcher to import Steam. But that still requires the Heroic Launcher, so yeah, it's fine.
Tread lightly.
Filling my hard drives with programs that I don't want. My hard drives are almost full, right? Oh, expensive. Disk space is expensive, right? Neuron says, I think this was made because of the Steam Deck. Probably, yeah. You can have your Epic Games on Steam. Exactly.
Let us be careful.
And I know that the Legendary developer, well... Yeah, I remember looking into that, like launching with Legendary, launching Proton games, and they were like, don't do that. You shouldn't be doing that, because they are different games. Right, there are different no wait. Yeah, there are different versions of the games. So you shouldn't use Proton with Legendary, they say. Which I think is a mistake. I think Legendary should set up support for using Proton as well. Instead of just managing Wine. But to each their own. I'm not a developer, so. But good guess is, it is a shame. When I was on Windows, the Galaxy 2.0 client was pretty nice to use. It allowed me to connect all my gaming platforms into a single list. It still uses the original launchers, but even just seeing all my available games in one place was pretty nice. Yeah, I can see the value in that. However, that's one of the reasons I don't like Lutris anymore, because, well, I have a launcher to launch a launcher to then launch the game, and that just bothers me. Yeah. That is bloat, if anything. Having a launcher to launch a launcher, it's just like, it doesn't sit right with me. Do not like. Well, looks quite ordinary, and yet when you approach it, it feels like a strange tingling in your temples. Oh? Go and check it out. Strange tingling. We'll go even closer. Weird. Maybe later. Maybe later. Nora says, yeah, GOG Galaxy is trying to be exactly what you want, all your games from one platform in one place. Except it's kind of trash. It's missing a ton of integration and it's Windows only. Yeah. It's trash. Also, it's not free and open source. Yeah. A system like that, like, it's gonna be lacking on a few things, necessarily, I think. A game where you have all your games and can launch them from one place. Like I haven't played around with Heroic Games Launcher yet, but I would imagine there are a few things missing from that, like if compared to Steam. That's what we're doing, right? Comparing with Steam only. So there are going to be a few things missing.
The path is clear.
And I'm fine with a few things missing if it's free and open source. And GOG Galaxy is definitely not that. I think no, I was just going to say, I think I've looked everywhere now, but nope. Found a ruby. Is that it? Maybe. Well, Alpikutka says, well, yeah, that's a problem for sure. Even buying games on Steam can launch a launcher. I think Ubisoft games is do, for example. Oh, that fucking sucks. I wonder if I've ever played any of the Ubisoft games. I've heard like a lot about them, but have I actually played them? I don't know. Been in here? I think yeah, we robbed these people before. Notice says it is the developers requiring launchers on launchers. That's a good point, yeah. It is the developers requiring launchers on launchers. However, some storefronts are more like I would say, I would assume that both GOG and Epic has an easier API for all the games that does not require a launcher, right? That most of the games, that's why I'm assuming that's why the Heroic Launcher only has GOG and Epic, because those are pretty easy to implement. While it's not as trivial or easy to implement the same thing for Steam. The good guess is I have not played a Ubisoft game in a long while, but last time from Steam they launched Uplay Launcher instead of the game. Yeah, that sucks. You didn't miss much? Maybe Anno. Oh, fuck. Anno is actually on the list, Roostercock. Yeah, Anno 1800 is on the list. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I bought that when it was on sale. Because I played Anno 1404. Yeah, I played Anno 1404, and that was pretty fucking neat. Yeah, I like that game. Well, the good guy says Ubisoft doesn't make terrible games, they just have habits of following similar patterns, so they get repetitive. And, well, they aren't remarkable to begin with. Oh, I think wasn't that a Ubisoft game as well that's on my list? The one that was looking very similar to the Zelda game. What's that game called again? Had a weird fucking name. Dude with wings. Ancient Greek mythology, I think. Maybe that was a Ubisoft game. I think I have a few Ubisoft games on the list, but right, we didn't find any buildings here. So how do like I didn't see any building of buildings here either. Right? We have projects. It doesn't say like we have rank up, economy, training, curses, other. That's purchase BP, like build points, but how do we actually... Here we go. Tuskdale Village. Nothing is built. Oh, wait. Enter. Ah! Found it. Found it. Immortals Phoenix Rising. Thank you, Node Runner. Oh man. So often, I feel like I'm just throwing super vague fucking words out there. And Node Runner knows exactly what I'm talking about and knows the name of it. I'm very grateful for that. Gonna just enforce my being bad at names. Well, the good guess is dad joke compilation game. Wait, is that a thing? Never heard of that before. You may construct buildings to increase your barony stats. Each building has a cost in build points and construction time. You may construct several buildings simultaneously. Start construction, select a building you need from the list on the right side of the screen and place it in an empty slot in the settlement. Buildings may provide special bonuses if you meet certain conditions. Most commonly, two buildings must stand close together to grant the bonus. Right. Make sure you use this feature to your full benefit when planning the settlement. I don't know how I feel about that. Some buildings can be placed only on designated spots or areas. As examples, a pier must be built on water, and a mill must be built with no other buildings around it. Alright. Demolish a building to get rid of it and recover half the resources that you spent on construction. If you want to move a building, you will have to demolish the old one, gaining half the resources you spent on it, and construct it in the new desired slot for half price. Oh, so we can move buildings. You won't have to spend any extra BP, but you will have to wait for the construction to finish in the new location. The only thing we'll lose is time when we've built it the first time. That's very neat. I like that. NodeRunner says, I'm heading to bed. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, NodeRunner. Sleep well. Have a good one. I mean, Phoenix Rising, it is filled with dad jokes. Oh, I love dad jokes. Terrible puns? I love puns. Sounds fantastic. I'm looking forward to playing that. Here's the Cook says, I knew which game you meant as well. Oh, so it wasn't just random weird words. It was a pretty good description then. You just couldn't remember the name. As for the game itself, I think I would rather just play the actual Zelda through emulator. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? That's a great idea, especially since the new Zelda is coming out and it's looking pretty damn cool. Skirk says, I like terrible puns. Maybe I'll reconsider. You know what? Calling them terrible is unfair then. They are great puns. Or like low effort puns, maybe we can call them. I mean, there are high effort and low effort puns, and I like all puns. Calling them terrible? Like, that doesn't work for me because I enjoy them. Efficient puns, exactly. So what do we do? Right. Oh, we don't actually move around in here. We only have 10 spots for buildings. Nothing built. We have BPs. We have view, and here we go. Build. These are, oh, so as we grow, we get more build slots and we can fill it up and make a proper city. Someone here recommends piers. Wares and workshops for docking ships, handling cargo, and passengers can only be built on a water slot. Effects, lumberyard. We want the lumberyard next to the pier. Do we have anything else? We have wooden walls. Oh, those are probably gonna be helpful, aren't they? Blockade that establishes the settlement's borders and helps protect it from raiders. We might want to do that because of all the bandits. Albuquerque says, I watched it played on a stream. I thought Immortals Phoenix Rising wasn't a terrible game. Probably not something you will think fondly of in 20 years, but likely worth the money. Yeah, I bought it on a sale already, so I have that game on the list that I want to play. And that's kind of the view I got of it as well. But that's most games that I play, right? Not something that I will think of fondly in 20 years. Like, it's good enough. Like, as long as I have a good time. Many choices. So we do have special stuff here. We have economy +1. Military +1. Can we sort on cost or something? I mean, pier was... The pier is just 25 BP and it's a special thing, and we're by the water. It feels like a no-brainer building these immediately, right? I'm assuming that's it. And I think the green one here, +1 military, is also probably a no-brainer, even though it's 30. It's not that expensive. Yeah. There's something over here. Oh, right. What was that? A windmill has to be alone, so I'm assuming we want the windmill over here. Community. Wind-driven mill for grinding grains. Community located in a settlement with a granary or brewery. +2. Oh, we're gonna brew some booze? What about a watchtower? Could also be built in a separate slot. That was. Albuquerque says, but I admit I like Greek and Roman mythologies, so I might just be biased. Oh, I like that as well. I like mythology as well. And I played a bunch of Age of Mythology back in the day. Might play that soon again as well. That's a good time. What do you? Community, divine, and culture for a longhouse. Spacious buildings for holding meetings and discussions. Affect artisans, barracks, citadels, garrison. Wait, affects how? They have to be standing next. So I'm guessing we want a longhouse just in the smack middle, and then we build the artisan stuff around the longhouse. Is that it? Herbalists want to be adjacent to a shrine. Yeah, I'm kind of assuming that the longhouse here is the first thing that we put in the smack middle. And we upgraded it to a town hall, right? I'm gonna go ahead and assume this is how you play the game. We can build another one for more expensive. But I can't build any artisan stuff. I can't... Oh, barracks, though. Barracks, no citadel yet. Garrison. Can we build a garrison? No. Maybe you upgrade the barracks. Yeah. City guards, militia, and military forces. +1 stability when adjacent to a longhouse. So military and stability. Go for that. Can you upgrade to something? No. Do you want to be close to the longhouse? Granary does not need to be next to the longhouse. What did the windmill need? Brewery. What about the brewery? The brewery did not need the longhouse either. Wait, what did the tutorial say? Did they have to be next to each other, or like would a diagonal work? Adjacent. What does that mean? It doesn't highlight. Too bad. How many points do I have left? 200 points. Well, let's get the barracks. Get windmill is just +1. What's the brewery though? Brewery is relation +1. Granary is community +1. Fuck, I don't remember. We probably want all of them, right? Loyalty. I don't think we super need loyalty right now. Or do you want to focus? Or do you want to have a wealth spread? I don't even know. Do you want to spread and be good at everything? Or do you want to be good at specific things? Or no? Alpacutica says I hear bulletin board is a good decision if you're lawful. I am. Alright, bulletin board. Thanks for the tip, Alpacutica. More military. Oh shit. So much military. Uh-oh. A board where orders, edicts, petitions, announcement, and sarcastic pamphlets are posted. +2 bonus to resolving problems in this region. Restricted to baronies with a lawful alignment. So it gives us more military if we're lawful. So it's not good for being lawful. It's good if you are lawful. Yeah, it's more about the +2 bonus. Oh, +2 bonus to resolving problems. So it's not about the military. It's pretty cheap though, so yeah, we can get a bulletin board. Just put it next to the barracks. I'm assuming that the longhouse, that's where we want the... Yeah, we want these slots for adjacency bonuses and whatnot. What about the barracks? Does it say... Effects, jail, reinforced wall... Pool, stone wall, tavern, watchtower. Does the brewery become a tavern? No. Right, a place for eating, drinking, and asking the host about the local rumors. +1 to relations when adjacent to a longhouse. Adjacent to barracks. Huh. Bulletin board, you don't want that next to anything, so... You know what, we're just gonna put it right there, it's fine. Then we're gonna put the windmill, because it needs to be by it lonesome, right? Maybe I don't even want a windmill. Community, what else do we get? I mean, we get community from orphanage. Oh, good alignment. That's not gonna be us, though, yeah. What about the monument? Statue of a city founder, bell tower, large tomb, or a public art display affects grand temple, shrine, temple. Oh, we can... So, the monument is just good, but we would want some sort of temple as well. Which we don't have yet. Oh, here we go. Brewery has +1 relation and +1 loyalty with a windmill and +1 stability when located in a settlement with a tavern. So the brewery seems pretty fucking useful. And, oh, wait. So the granary we don't really need. Like, if we have a windmill, located in a settlement with a granary or brewery. Oh, +2 if they're both, yeah. So the windmill gives us a lot of community. I don't remember what community was good for, but let's get it. Get the windmill. Let's get the brewery. Did it? Oh, it doesn't have to be next to anything. It just has to be in a settlement with a windmill. And a tavern. So it doesn't have to be next to either. So we just put it down here. Put a brewery. Could get the granary for +2 community, but I don't think I want that. What do I want? Shop? +2 economy. Ooh, +2 economy seems like a good idea. What other do we have? Lumberyard? I mean, we can get the lumberyard and then move the lumberyard later, perhaps? Hello, son Gneif. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? A sacred grove cannot be built in a settlement using the lumberyard. But like they said, right, we could move the lumberyard for free later. Might be worth, or should we just hold off and get it later? What else do we have that gives economy? We have the shop, so we could just get the shop. Affects forge, foundry, and smithy. We don't have any of those. Adjacent to a tavern. Oh, that's a brewery, not a tavern. We definitely want a tavern to... Oh, I could build a tavern. I missed that. Yeah, we can put the tavern next to the longhouse, and then we put other stuff on the sides of the tavern, right? Oh, it affects the brewery. Wait, how are you affected? Oh, not by being next to it, though. It doesn't have to be adjacent to it. Could put it adjacent to the barracks. Or the longhouse. So, let's go for relations rather than espionage, I suppose. If we're lawful, maybe less espionage focus. Also, son, I'm just about recovered from an attack of the flu. Attack of the flu! Oh, no. That triggered some sort of thing in my mind, but I don't remember. Oh, but that sucks. Happy you feel better. What else was it that right, affects artisan brewery, the shop. There we go. That's what we're gonna do. Gonna put the tavern next. No, not next to. Put the tavern here, and we put a shop to the side for the monies. Yeah. Tavern right there. And a shop adjacent to the tavern. Yes, exactly. This affects the forge, foundry, and the smithy. So if we want to affect the smithy, means we put it down here. Did I use all my build points? Probably. Maybe. No, there was something that was very expensive than build points. But we do want more economy, right? Because more economy means more build points. Son says I had a tooth pulled Thursday morning, went home and spiked a 40-degree fever. But I seem to be past it now. Oh wow, that was a rough week, wasn't it? Holy shit, that is a rough week. Imagine that you're very happy to be over it, yeah. smithy here. +1 economy when it's next to a shop. And that's more military as well. Military and economy. You know what? We do want to build up the economy. So let's build a smithy. Right. Or what else did the shop have? Forge, foundry, smithy. I don't have access to. Hopefully community, like, we won't suck too much community out here. And we'll hold off on the lumber yard for a bit. Yeah, that was the shop, right? Yeah, so we built a smithy next to the shop. And that was all the... Could get a granary for... extra community. Alright, I think this is fine. We've spent all our BPs. Something tells me that's what we want to do at the start of the month. Spend a bunch of BPs, unless you decide to save a bunch of BPs, but early game, we just spend everything, we go out and move around, or then we do stuff, yeah. Actually, we could level up. We have two different things we can do. We can go out and explore, or we can do the 2-week thing with the 2-week project. Sun says you get BP based on the rank of your city stats. You can get 1 rank per 10 stat points. If there's too big a difference between the rank of the various stats, they don't give BP. In other words, try to keep the stats relatively balanced. There we go. So, at the moment, everything is rank 1. Oh! Wait, do we keep the stats or the ranks balanced? Because, holy shit, the loyalty is... You know what? I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah, we should have built more community, perhaps, because if we look at this, loyalty is already fucking high, so we didn't build any loyalty stuff, so that was good. Military was fairly low, so we built a bunch of that, and we built a bunch of economy, right? Those were the things. And we had a little bit of relations that we built as well. Nothing divine, though. Or arcane, or... Well, we're gonna get a little bit of stability. No culture, no espionage. Both. Both. There we go. But I am gonna level up. I think I am gonna level up loyalty now to rank 2 anyways. Yeah. Right, can we mouse over these? Yeah, economy. The economy statistic measures the barony's productivity and affects the state's income. The statistic is governed by the treasurer. Oh, so I don't get money from this. Or, like, I don't get BPs from this. BPs is just... There we go. 32 total. Base income, 0. Oh, base income. So it is from economy. From stat ranks, we get 5. Alright, so every time we rank something up, we do get points. Oh shit, where... Income from regions, because... Oh yeah, we do want to build a settlement on the other region as well. Wait, BP is over the whole thing, right? So I can't make another settlement yet. I would have to do that later. And we have the revised subsidy, which is the 30. But we have 0 income from regions. I guess maybe that's not going to be a city or a village. Maybe it is. We're kingmaker. We just don't build a capital. Maybe we'll build multiple buildings and whatnot. I mean, we're probably gonna have a granary, right? So Should I just build it sooner rather than later? Yeah, because it's an economy game. We want to start generating more economy faster we can, the better. So yeah, the +2 to community is probably worth it. Every 3 villages you can upgrade 1 to a town. Oh, there we go. Oh, so I need 2 more villages? Or can I upgrade this to a town straight away? Does it start at number 3 or does it start at number 1? Like 1, 4 or 3, 6? You know what? We might as well. Let's just build all the stuff. Yeah, you do need 2 more villages. Nice. Good to know. We did not establish a village, and I don't remember the cost of establishing a village, but I definitely can't afford it this month. Check that out. That was here, right? We have the rank up. Was it the economy? No, it wasn't here. We claimed the outskirts. That wasn't here. Ah, whatever, it's fine. Pretty sure. Oh, shit, does this cost anything, or can we just do this? Today is the 15th. And there are 30 days in a month. So if we do this, it's gonna take 2 weeks. And then we can stick around and do the early month thing, and then we can go out and explore. Oh, you need 200 and 300 BP to get a village up and running. Alright, so it's gonna be a while. We're not gonna start a village. Well, it is a goal to start getting a village up and running in that other. But I think we're gonna do this. For 2 weeks. Because if it's the 15th, it's gonna be the 29th. And we have to be at home at the beginning of every month. So we do this, and then we go explore after the beginning of next month. Loyalty +6? Oh, that's our... Wait. Yeah, so we have boosted... Oh, no, yeah, we rank up loyalty. We've boosted loyalty quite significantly by just using Chandra here, I suppose. Let's do it. Alright. An Ancient Curse quest. The Ancient Curse you were warned about will now plague your lands. It will decrease your barony stats for 2 days. Every 2 days for 14 days, unless you overcome it. To protect your barony, you should hurry to the Bald Hilltop. Yeah. Confront the threat while also sending one of your advisors to assess the consequences of the curse. Both actions are vital to the well-being of your barony. Yeah, let's do that. The Ancient Curse quest. That's what we want to do now. Success! Loyalty! Fantastic. So, new merchants have arrived in capital. Economy +2. Traders have already set up their stalls and waiting for new customers. Nice. Alright, so projects was... Oh, wasn't this part of the quest? We've already started this. That's under... Yeah, that's going on. My advisor is already doing that thing. Still don't have any treasurer. Annoying, I suppose. We have 3 events here, though. Troubled lands. This area of the barony is said to be breeding grounds for bandits and brawlers and cutthroats. Perhaps one of your advisors should set aside... No, wait. Here we go. 8-legged plague. That was not the thing, though. This the hilltop? Ah, here we go. This area of the banner. No, that's something else. Where is the hilltop? Why doesn't it show up on the map? So I'm assuming I don't want to do any of these things, and they're just gonna, like... Start event? Choose an advisor to handle this event. Advisors will... Oh! So this is not something that I do. That is something some... Oh, the events is something my advisors do, not that I do. What's with the blue... Oh, the problem. So the problem needs to be solved. Oh. Baron has been flooded with monster spiders. Oh, no, this is the one that I have to do. Yeah, yeah. I do need to send an advisor to deal with the eight-legged plague. Reports indicate that huge arachnids spread ghastly disease that weakens the victims with fever and coats their body with blisters. This invasion has to be stopped before panic. Yeah, yeah. So I have to do this, and I have to go there myself. Use an advisor to handle this event. Advisor will act according to their positions. Choose wisely. Shit, Harem is busy. Chandrak won't be capable of doing that. Havia, like, striving to solve the problem peacefully with the eight-legged plague. Harem would have been the best. Shit. Could I change Regent just to select someone else here, or should I just send Octavia? Also, if I send Octavia, does that mean I cannot bring Octavia with me? Penalties give... problems give penalties if you don't fix it in time. Opportunity gives bonuses if you succeed in time. There we go. You can still bring Octavia with you. And I can bring still... Yeah, so they can be in two places at once. Fantastic. I would have wanted to send her in, but whatever. We're gonna send... I mean, I suppose we could send Chandra. And she could, like, bring loyalty and send the locals after the spiders. But since this is a problem and these are our choices... I'm assuming these stats here doesn't matter, right? The community and the loyalty stats, do they matter? Yeah, they can only handle one kingdom task at a time. Yeah, so you want to select priority based on priority. And this is... Oh, unless, of course... I see. So, for example, you need to double check. Maybe I want Chandra to do this, and if I want Chandra to do that, then I cannot have Chandra do this. And since Octavia only has one thing Octavia can do, we put Octavia here. Crisis points. Alright, requires 1 day to solve. DC 15, D20 plus 4. Oh, so we do have community plus 4. That's the roll. Success chance 50%. Plus 3 to community on success or triumph. And if we put you, we have 70% success chance. And we could give... Oh. How do we get new crisis points? I don't remember. $75. 100% chance. Crisis points are very rare, so let's not use the crisis points then. Since this is the most important, we're gonna send Chandra, because Chandra has a 70% success chance. Yeah. Flooded with monstrous spiders. Local slaughtering... Yeah, attacking locals and slaughtering the cattle. They're not slaughtering the locals, luckily, but yeah. We're gonna hope on the 70% chance, and we're gonna start that event. It's only 1 day to solve, so maybe we can try again if we fail. It's fine. All right, there we go. And then we have troll invasion. That has to be me, so that's telling me that I need to... Oh, this is resolved by visiting the throne room, not actually going there. Alright, troubled lands. This area of the barony is said to be breeding ground for bandits, brawlers, cutthroats. Perhaps one of your advisors should set aside these rumors and assure people that the guard is able to protect them. Oh. Actually, I think... Amiri, yeah. That's what we do, right? How does Amiri solve this problem? She beats the shit out of them and tell them to stop spreading rumors or whatever. We have 75% chance to succeed. Sure, let's go. Yeah. Oh, I see. So when not only do I choose advisor, I choose approach. The loyalty approach might have been better, but since I sent my loyalty advisor elsewhere, I am gonna solve this militarily. Pretty neat system. Alpikutka says the number up top says their skill. Yeah, Shanda's +4 over Octavia to solve this issue. The moral aspect is largely fluff. Oh, so if I select a military, it doesn't matter. It's just the number, really. Success chance is all that matters. How they succeed doesn't really matter. Bonus on the roll to succeed on the task. Crisis points are rare. Each kingdom step gives you +1 crisis point. You will end up with like 50. Oh, very rare. Yeah. Very rare. Use them for crises. Plus you get them for a few other things. So maybe 65 in total. Yeah, let's hoard crisis points until something shows up that I really want a guaranteed success on. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be using crisis points for gambling either. I think crisis points will only be used when I really want 100% success chance on stuff. When I don't want to gamble at all. Because gambling away crisis points feels like it's a waste, right? Gambling up to 75% chance and still failing, then it's like I've just thrown away a crisis point for nothing. Alright, let's start that event. Perfect. Alright, so... I feel like we have done this stuff. Which means we're gonna go to the troll invasion. And go to the throne room and deal with that. Alpikutka says it does change some text and sometimes it gives you different bonuses, I think. But in the long term, you don't need to worry. And at least I got by just picking the best available advisor. There we go. Nice. Thanks for the tips. Keston says, Your Grace, Keston has a troubled look on his face. I fear there's another matter that requires your attention. There have been reports of many of them. Many of them. From settlements across the Gnarl Marches, there are trolls in the forest, seemingly hordes of them. Rumors claim they're more than the typical savage beast. They almost seem to show reason and tactics. They form groups, attack all at once, plunder the villages, and carry away the peasants. Even stranger kobolds have been spotted amongst their ranks, when usually they would have been attacked on sight. Oh, I know what kobold you're talking about. Ah. Keston falls silent for a moment. I'm not certain any of this is reliable. Fear builds mountains of molehills. Some rumors even say these trolls carried torches and burned down houses, seemingly unafraid of open flames. It's entirely possible that the rest of the reports could be exaggerated as well. That fucking Tartuccio, eh? Volgatino Tab says, it is not any more waste than using them while you would have succeeded without them. Only difference is when you fail, you know you did not change the outcome. Well, You know how I feel about game theory. I would go the gambler's fallacy any day of the week, Colgate in on tap. So, waste is a subjective value judgment, right, Colgate in on tap? So, to me, they would be wasted if not for guaranteeing success. Because I'm assuming there are going to be situations, right? If all of the events that happen in the game were equal, and I cared about them equally, then sure, but that's not how the game is going to work, Colgate in on tap. The game is going to work that there are certain events that are going to show up where it's like, where I, as the player, say, I will not fucking fail this event. I will succeed this event, no matter fucking what. That's where I'm gonna use the crisis coins. Well, the good guess is, statistically speaking, they have the most value when the event is hardest, as a flat bonus value is more a 10% event than a 90%. Yeah, but I'm not gonna go the game theory statistics approach, because all events are not gonna be equal. I'm not gonna evaluate every event equally. So all this mathematics and statistics and game theory doesn't hold... Well, it holds a little bit of value in the conversation, but just a tiny amount of value, really. Because that's true, right? Where were we? Reliable... It's all exaggerated, but it's Tartusio. Fucking Tartusio. Instances, the common folk will hardly heed any simple exhortation. Someone will need to go to the gnarl marches and investigate the matter. I was considering the matter when it hit me. What if you were to take the investigation on yourself, Your Grace? And we're gonna do the lawful neutral. This is the situation where it actually matters for the gameplay where we select, but I'm gonna do lawful neutral. A baroness's duties to her people. I'll head south and look into the situation. We're definitely going for lawful neutral because that's our character. Thank you, Your Grace. Listen, sighs with a relief. When you decide to go, please remember that trolls can only be killed with fire or acid. I did not know that. Good looking out. Fuck that I'm going to lunchtime now. I need to remember that. Hopefully that's written down in the journal, though.
Trolls who didn't fear fire? That sounded terrible, and dangerous, and terribly dangerous. If we couldn't rein them in, our young barony would be eaten up in a snap.
Alright, does it say... Troll trouble? Doesn't say. To deal with the trolls, we must first learn more about them. It doesn't say. I just have to remember that. Fuck me. Alright. So what we're gonna do... We're gonna try our best. For example, we're gonna say... Acid and fire. Unfortunately, you never see the names of the save because I just press continue when I start playing the game. I'm gonna try and remember that. Acid and fire on the trolls. Gross. Alpicutica says, and if you get really desperate, 10% event can be save scum just like 90% event. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Might do that to save the crisis points, right? If you get really desperate. You can set it up and you can do the event by just sitting and waiting in the throne room and just go over and over until we're successful. Indeed. And we might do that. We might do that. Alpicutica says, in hindsight, they should probably roll the events when you assign the advisor to prevent save scumming. But I guess you would just save before... Yeah. Before giving the advisor, right? And then just choose another advisor. And I... Like... We've talked about this before, that calling it scumming is not really fair, because it's part of the game, right? It's part of the game's system. Calling someone a scum for using the save load function to achieve the goals how they want to play the game, I think that's a completely reasonable and fine way to play games. And I kind of feel like you are encouraged to do it in this game to some degree. So calling it scumming is a bit unfair. Volgitino Tab says it is the same value on a 10% event and 15% as it is a flat increase to the roll. It has less value on the 90% event though, as part of it is wasted. Yeah, that was kind of the point Alpacutka did, but we'll play around, and I'm gonna try and not be too... I could find myself, like, in the past and with my personality, where I would want to succeed with everything. Something tells me it's the game is built for you to fail on a bunch of stuff. And it takes that into account, that failing on a bunch of stuff is just fine for the entire playthrough, and I'm just going to be happy with failure. Sometimes, but I just know myself that there are certain events that are going to show up where I'm just like, nope, I'm not okay with this. Just like with the, what was the name of the lady? The lady who was killed over and over and over again by the, in that fight. I was like, nope, that I'm not okay with this. We have gone through we're gonna save, yeah, the sister of the, to the wife of Oleg. Yeah, I decided I'm gonna fucking save her, and I'm gonna reload until I do. Mr. Cook says, I always understood the save scum expression in more of a joke way. I never thought scum part is meant to be taken seriously. Yeah, I feel like I feel the same, but indeed, why even use the scum word in jest if, like, if you're using it jokingly, there is some truth to it. There is some attitude that's kind of, oh, it is kind of scummy. Like, for the joke to work. Doesn't it? Isn't it like that, Roostercock? If you didn't consider it scummy, then it would just be, wait, what's the joke? Maybe. Volgitino Tab says, I do not think saving and loading was intended for this like that at all. Random events do not make sense. The user abuses the save and load function like that. Seems more like an oversight. I disagree. Holy shit, a lot of updates. Oh, speaking of updates. Settings. Interface, is that where we join the beta? No, is it under account? Ah, here we go. Change. Theme beta update. Okay. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. I don't know. And I don't think it's an oversight, right? They say that a lot, right? Save often, save often. And, like, the game killed me as well. If the game kills me, that is gonna be a reload. So, I don't know. I don't know. Richard says, the joke to me is that it's like a self-parody of how gamers tend to take themselves way too seriously sometimes. Oh, that they take the... Oh, I took this picture. This is... I like this picture. I'm on this train, by the way, when I take this picture. It's... Now that I look at it, it's super fucking blurry, but yeah. Oh man, good memory. So is save loading taking the game too seriously? And why would, like, again, too seriously implies that the behavior has some unwanted qualities to it, right, Roostercock? So it is, the joke is dependent on the idea that it is some sort of unwanted behavior, that someone shouldn't really be doing this behavior. The joke is built on top of that idea, and it's that idea I kind of reject. That, no, go ahead, save, load, to your heart's content. You do you, right? It is a game, and however you want to enjoy the game is the best way for you to enjoy the game, right? Instead of implying that, oh no, you're taking yourself too serious when you're playing this game. It's like, if they want to take themselves seriously or the game seriously, and that's how they derive enjoyment, I don't want to throw shade at that. Colgitinotab says, like, if intended way is to save scum, why put the chances there after all? I think the intended way, Colgitinotab, is not a linear game, right? It's not, you have to play one way and one way only. I think the intended way is to give the player choice. That the player can play the way that works for them, right? I would imagine, like, yeah, it's just put there to give the player choice. Like, why do you have multiple characters in DCSS? Or possibility of playing the games in different ways? Because a lot of player likes the freedom to make these choices. And I feel like it's the same with the save loading. It's there, players can use it or not use it. So I feel like the intended way is a kind of a false binary, like, oh, either you have to have a save loading functionality or no save loading at all. And I think, yeah, best games, well, it depends on the game, but yeah, give the player choices. Pochettino tab says, just put result in there into choice, as player's gonna know the result anyways. Yeah, it depends on the player. Like, I'm not gonna have every single decision go my way, and that's what I was saying, right, Colgitino tab, that I'm gonna have a balanced approach. Sometimes I'm gonna save and load until I get the result I want, and sometimes I won't. Rushicock says, so like, you dare to load a game to prevent a certain scenario? What a scum. Yeah, exactly. Wait. How can you be on that train unless the train is super long? It was a long train, yeah. It was the Trans-Siberian Railway. Yeah, I was traveling from Moscow to Ulaanbaatar to Beijing. That was a long train and a long train ride. It was a good time, though. I liked it. Richard Cox says, true, but the joke is actually making fun of that stance. I guess that's what confuses me. Richard Cox says, like, when someone tells you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't load the save because that's not the proper way to play the game, and someone else who find it funny how seriously the other person takes it adds jokingly, yeah, if you do that, you're a scum, and therefore I'm scum and I'm a save scummer. Huh? You know what? Maybe. And that's how I always understood the origin of that expression. Origin? Does that matter though? Like, as a consequence though, is that I would imagine that there are people, right, that doesn't take it that way and instead get it into their head that save scumming, like, the person who takes stuff seriously, like the person who might say that you are a scum, to a lesser degree. But I would imagine that a lot of people have been manipulated by the term save scumming, and just by naming it save scumming, have not used the save loading mechanic to achieve their goals and therefore their enjoyment of the game might have lessened just because of the naming of the thing as save scumming. Like, that has probably happened, right? Hasn't it? And if it does indeed happen, the origin or the intent behind what people say is less important, right? I find this to be an interesting picture because I know for a fact that I've been to the place where this picture has been taken, but for the life of me, think I know where it is, but I don't recognize it. I don't recognize this picture, but I think I know what's around this corner. And I think maybe I know what's around this corner, but I'm not sure. Richard Cox says probably did, but that's probably also true for every single joke expression. How many joke expressions do you know? Maybe joke expressions. I mean, is it funny by saying the term save scumming? Like, oh, I'm just gonna save scum this. That term make people laugh? I suppose it makes some people laugh. So if we take a utilitarianistic approach, yeah, some people's enjoyment has been lessened, but others people's enjoyment of just life in general and conversation in general has been improved. So, what do you do? Well, the Buddhist approach would be that minimizing suffering is always the better goal than providing entertainment. Minimizing suffering would be the Buddhist approach, wouldn't it? Suffering, though, that's a fucking stretch. Yeah, that's not suffering. Lessened enjoyment, that's not suffering. That's just lesser enjoyment. And you could make the argument that, well, kind of a you problem. A little bit of a dick, maybe. For example, says Roostercock, when I said I joined that I will unfollow and report because there's no chicken on the screen. Well, that's not the same. That was an actual joke, not a joke expression. Save scumming is a verb to what people are actually doing. That's the word that you use to describe the action. And there's a joke built into the definition, to the actual word that describes the action. And the action itself is not funny. But there is a joke built into just naming the thing that you're doing. And it's all very weird. Roostercock a Buddhist? I don't know. No, I was just making the argument that lessening suffering is an attitude that people have, that lessening suffering is more important than creating enjoyment. But as a response to that as well, creating enjoyment is what we do to those people who might have lessened enjoyment by this naming convention. Rizikok says 0 out of 10 unfollowed reported. That's a common expression which pokes fun on people who actually do this. Right. So then we're back full circle, Roostercock, that you're actually making fun of people. No, you're not making fun of people who save scum. You're making fun of people who use the term save scum by saying save scum. So that's not, since you're making fun of people who unfollowed, right? Like, it's actually the action you're talking about that. People who unfollow and report, those are the people you're making fun of, which makes the likeness doesn't work because you're not making fun of the people who do save scumming. So the likeness doesn't really follow. Cox says, but there probably was some streamer who didn't understood that this is now a joke expression and took it seriously. See the connection? I still feel that you are making fun of someone who's doing a certain behavior. And if the joke about save scumming, I feel like it's still implied that it is somehow bad to do the save loading thing. No, I'm making fun of people who seriously called someone scum because of save scumming. Alright. Right. And that's what I'm talking about. The two examples are very different because one, you make fun of a person who does unfollow. Right? One who's actually doing the actions. And the other one, you're making fun of someone who's saying the words. Calling out someone. So saying, calling, like, yeah, we're on two different sides. I don't even know. Oh man. And we've explained the joke. This is an example of this, and I still don't find the joke very funny. Because it's a punching down joke, isn't it? The same with the joke about the unfollowed, actually. It's taken me the other way that, yeah, that's another punching down joke. I think that's the first time. Both of them, yeah, both of the jokes. Actually explaining the jokes. Make them less funny for me. It's the same with the when you see someone with the American Home Video stuff, right? Sure, when you see someone fall and hit their nuts on a rail or whatever, you laugh for a little bit, but as soon as you start thinking about it, what the joke actually is, what the thing that is causing the laugh is, it's laughing at someone else's not good feeling. And that kind of sours it for me. So, actually, there are some jokes. That's the lesson from today. There are some jokes. I took this picture as well, by the way. This was after the train ride outside of Ulaanbaatar. Great times. Some jokes, when you explain them, can actually be less funny. That's too bad. Is it? Maybe, maybe not. I don't even know. Roostercock says, I'm agnostic. Yeah. The argument wasn't that Roostercock was a Buddhist. The argument was that some people take this perspective. Maybe you do too. And if so, although that was a bad argument either way, because it wasn't an argument that was relevant for the actual conversation at all. It was just tangent. Also, speaking of making fun about gamers taking stuff too seriously, it's a fucking word. Right. It's not the end of the day. I'm a big fan of agnostics, and I like to consider agnostics and thinking about the words that I use and what possible consequences they have. So, we had a conversation, and I remember last time I was thinking that I'm going to stop using the save scumming. I don't even remember the conversation, but kind of decided not to use save scumming anymore, just like I don't like using piracy or sharing stuff. Because at the end of the day, I don't think it is scummy. And also, having a joke ingrained in a language that kind of requires people to be in on the joke to understand the word, like, it's gonna cause confusion, right? Especially for a person like me, it's gonna cause confusion. Where it's like, oh, I thought people were calling it actually like it is scummy, like it is a thing not to do, and manipulating people not to do it. Which I think is kind of what I did, right? That was my interpretation of what was going on, I think. That people do consider this scummy. And sure, even though it was coined jokingly, I would have still thought that people do consider it scummy, and I would have thought that the word continues to call people scum, and I don't know if I'm a fan. Well, Tab says that shag is a fucking word. It is very nice. Here's the says, for me, I think of people who actually do unfollow some or call someone scum quite badly. Like what you're doing with your life, so poking fun of them is pretty funny to me. But yeah, I agree with saying 0 out of 10 unfollow reported is much more clear. Yeah, that I mean, as the joke then saves coming. And I actually disagree with that opinion. I think that, well, it depends on context, right? But there are a lot of streamers or YouTubers or whatever who do it as a job, right? And their goal is to get more followers, right? That's kind of, that's part of what they do. So I think that an unfollow in that context is kind of like voting with your wallet, right? I wish you less success, right? And I'm not going to be party to this. It's sort of a boycott, right? And doing a vocal boycott as well. So, yeah. I don't think about them badly at all. I think they are following their own opinions, right? They're being true to themselves. I mean, I don't type it in chat, but I have unfollowed people where it's like, I don't want this in my feed anymore. I want to just get rid of it. But that's, on the other hand, I usually don't type stuff in chat or in YouTube or in comments or whatnot. I usually am just a lurker. Oh, this picture again. Oh, the randomness, eh? So you could argue as well that, yeah, they do unfollow and they are expressing themselves and their own opinions, which, again, I don't know if I want to penalize people for expressing their feelings or make joke of them or consider it a negative that people do express their feelings. Isn't that a good thing for people to do? Stigmatizing people expressing their feelings is how we created macho culture in the get-go, right? That like a lot of men today have problems expressing their feelings because we have this kind of culture where people should not express their feelings because it's ugly expressing feelings. And yeah, I don't know. Fulgitum Tab says, I do not mention it either, but I unfollow and block people I do not want to interact with. Yeah, exactly. That's what I do as well. That person is just kind of, I don't want this in my life anymore. Usually that's my motivation, though. My motivation is more selfish. It's more, I don't want this in my life anymore. I don't really go with voting with my wallet kind of style, even though it kind of is, but that's not what I think. I'm way more selfish about it, where I'm just like, ah. And I think that's fine as well. But I think that is it for today. Yeah, it's lunchtime. Way late for lunchtime. So thanks for hanging out, And have a good one, yeah? Cheers.